Let's see. Let's see. Waiting, waiting, waiting. All right. Well, all right. I can hear myself. That is good. I hope you can hear me, and I hope you can see me, and I hope I switched on the right camera and not the wrong one. Hello, everybody. Yeah, welcome everybody. This is going to be an interesting one because I'm still very much wrecked. Also, we're running on the wrong beer. Anyway, I'm glad you're all here. Let's see who is here. Hello, Thorno. Hey, Mike. How you doing? And hello, Ida. How you doing? Hello, John. Hello, Thorno. We are malcontenting now, very much so. Hello, Liam. How you doing? I started Dreamer Awake. I do like it, and I need to ask you: is that opening sentence a reference to Neuromancer, or is that just by accident? Hey, Britton. How you doing? You really shouldn't do that, Ori. Like that. That sounds way more interesting than whatever this will be, right? Well, I'm glad you asked, Mike. The festival was great, but also, very little sleep and very little, anything really, except for beer. But very little sleep, very little food, lots of heavy metal though. Let me switch on chat so I can see whatever you're writing. That is very much true, Liam. Skies above ports don't just appear by accident. So yeah, I thought so. I was just like, you know, it felt very Neuromancer to begin with, and I'm like, no, I'm liking it so far. I just got interrupted by the whole heavy metal thing, but I'm sure I'll finish it tomorrow at the gym, I guess. So yeah, really enjoying it so far. Yeah, as I like the festival was fun. The Keep It True festival is, it's very old school 80s heavy metal stuff. They had like Venom playing, or in this case, it's Mantis and Abaddon, so the drummer and the guitar player from Venom, or the original Venom lineup, playing. Mantis also had written in Sharpie on his guitar, "Kronos is a cunt," so you can see where this is going, right? And on the second day, headliner was Triumph of Death, which is the guy, Tom Warrior, who used to, the guy from Celtic Frost and Hellhammer, and he was playing old school Hellhammer stuff from the 80s. And before that, Magnum. And yeah, Bob Catley at like 79 years old. Uh, he still got it. Like if you like your bombastic 80s 70s hard rock, then Magnum still have it. Really really cool. There's also a picture out there on social media somewhere of someone who shall remain unnamed, waving around pyrotechnics at a football game because it's always like every time at the festival, there's like a football place right next to the campground, and on Saturday, the kids leagues are playing, and there was the 14-year-olds, which is I don't know which like division that is, but like the 13, 14-year-olds were playing, and you have all these heavy metal people all sitting there at the because they have like a small, bar place where you can get breakfast and get some fries and some beers and stuff. So you have like all these international heavy metal people from like all over the place cheering on the local 14-year-olds football game. And someone brought full on like football fan pyrotechnics, and we started burning burning those pyros for the 40-year-old kids, with a guy from Colombia and a guy from Peru and a guy from a couple of guys from Belarus, and so it was very international, very fun. Hey guys, hello, Eternal Reading. Hello. Oh, by the way, talking about heavy metal festivals, Liam, do you know a band called Witch Hazel? Because if you don't, I think you might really enjoy them. Very Christian, very English folk inspired hard rock. Really good. I think you might really enjoy them. I saw them on Tuesday together with a band called Phantom Spell, which is a side project from the guitar player from Seven Sisters. It's also like very, very English. Well, BookTube might be a small world, and that's because it doesn't exist, as I always keep saying. But. Anyway, what's everyone reading? Apparently, I am reading Dreamer Awake by Liam Q. D. Hall? Liam Hall. Anyway, Liam's book. And after that, I guess I'll finally get started on Philip Chase's Edon trilogy, which by the time I'm done with book two, May has rolled around, and then I can spend another Audible credit on the final one. So that's the plan. No, Phantom Spell's amazing. Cal's such a nice guy as well, and yeah, Seven Sisters, really good band. Fortress in the Eye of Time. That sounds cool. Sounds nice, Britain. Hey, Bedivere, how you doing? Perhaps the Stars, though, is a really good one. Like, I mean, obviously, I love the entire Terra Ignota series, but I think perhaps the Stars, while being like twice the size of all the other books, does go like in a really interesting direction. And if I ever get the chance to ask Ada Palmer, I would really like to know how much of the way Terra Ignota goes is like actively writing against Dan Simmons' Hyperion series, because there is, or not Hyperion, the Ilium and Olympus series, because there is lots of parallels there. Oh yeah, I saw about the Odyssey thing, Britain. I will join you there, and I've read it before. I have opinions. It's a good book. It's fun. No, since this is an amazing band, Austin, I agree. Like I saw them for the first time at Up the Hammers, and at the time the guitar player, the second guitar player, couldn't make it, so they had to play with like one guitar, and that was between the first album and the Cauldron and the Cross, which is of course a concept album based on the Mists of Avalon, which is a bad book you shouldn't read. Oh, which Tim Wood book did you pick up there? I mean, I think most of his books are really good. I do like The Age of Extraction. I think The Master Switch is absolutely amazing in like the breadth of stuff. So I hope you enjoyed the Tim Wu book. No, like Terra Ignota was such a like for me. I always knew that it would be good. My former flatmate had read the first one. He was like, "I read this. You would love this. I find it a bit too woke with all the pronoun stuff." And I'm like, "Yeah, I'll give it a try at some point." And then I started. I'm like, "Yeah, this is very specifically written for someone like me who studied. I started a PhD in 17th century deism. So a lot of the philosophy, like the obscure philosophy stuff she references, I'm like, yeah, this is me. This is fucking amazing. Hey Joe, how you doing? The Song of Roland. Where in like the sort of list of magic swords or mythical swords would you rank Durandal compared to, say, you know, Anduril or Excalibur? Randomly. No, I hate rankings, but I figured I'll just ask you. Lovecraft's Cat and other stories. I haven't heard of that, but it sounds like my kind of thing. Hey, Cat, how you doing? So the thing is, like, I've read The Mists of Avalon. I think it's an interesting book in what it says about a specific place and time. If you're interested in like neo-paganism and sort of like how that intersects with second wave feminism in like the late 70s, early 80s, The Mists of Avalon is a really interesting book as like a sort of like historical source. I don't think it makes for particularly good reading though. So I'm glad it's one of those things where I'm like, there are books where I'm glad I've read it, but I don't want to read it again. And I wasn't exactly having fun reading it, but I'm glad I have that sort of like I had that experience. Same goes with like movies. I watched Gone with the Wind. Will I watch it again? No. Am I glad I've actually, I know what I'm talking about when I talk about Gone with the Wind? Yes, of course. Also, that actual end, really good. Fun fact: I think I learned that from Tim Wu or someone else, but I think it was Tim Wu in the Master Switch, talking about the fact that what with the Hays Code and trying to self-censor the movie industry, they almost changed the last lines in Gone with the Wind into something less aggressive. And I'm like, you almost ruined one of the most iconic endings of a movie. The Curse of Bigness. Oh yeah, I mean that's a short one, and that's short and sweet, and so forth. And I mean, Tim Wu did actually work on like antitrust stuff under the Biden administration, so yeah, he definitely knows what he's talking about. Yes, Ori, we're already in the comparing swords part of the stream. Um, I guess that's me having had like very little sleep and coming back from that heavy metal festival. does that kind of thing to me. I am very excited for you to start Gardens of the Moon, Mike. That is going to be really fascinating. There is also that Thornall. Yeah, I agree with you with Excalibur having like more pull, the cultural pull. That yes, although the American heavy metal band Argus did make a song about Durandal and the Song of Roland, so there's that, and it's a really good song. That's another good one there, Liam. Yes, Beowulf in general is like such a good book. Have you, Liam, as a Beowulf connoisseur, have you watched the Beowulf and Grendel movie with Jared Butler? Because I love that one for just like being so like moody and so low down, like no big special effects, no nothing, and also the poor priest trying to convert all of the Danes and then failing because everyone else is, being very toxically masculine. What happened to your Amazon? Also, like how? But I'm glad you fixed it, no matter what it was. Stormbringer, another good one. Also, there's surprisingly a lot of Magic Swords got songs written about them by heavy metal bands. Now that I come to think about it, like Stormbringer, obviously, so many of them. Um, Durandal, I just mentioned at least one. Anduril, definitely. Excalibur, obviously. So yeah, I wonder what's going on there. I mean, I know there's a video I really should make about heavy metal com how heavy metal's obsession with fantasy is darker than you might think. And there's an interesting thing about like absolutism in there and German romanticism and that kind of stuff. The kind of video that is difficult because I need to read like 5 books or 10 books or 15 books or 20 books, and then everyone can disagree with me. But that's the kind of video I'd like to make because apparently my role on the bookish side of YouTube is to make people angry at me or at least frustrate people, which is a thing. I guess I'm a court jester. We all cry for Tana Lorne. That is true. Cry for Tanalorn. That's a Blind Guardian song for sure. But there's also in the search on our search for quest for Tanalorn, the one from Somewhere Far Beyond. Yeah, on a quest for Tanalorn, we lose our way, and there's Stormbringer by uh, well, lots of bands obviously because Sirith Ungol making songs about Elric all the time, and See, I have never played Final Fantasy for all kinds of reasons. I never had like growing up when I was still able to see enough to play video games. I didn't have a PlayStation, and I never played Final Fantasy, so I know about Cloud. I have like no deeper connections. I did play a lot of like Soul Blade, which I think is like was the previous version before like the prequel to Soul Calibur. I played that a lot, which has lots of swords and you can collect them all. I mean, you can open carry rocket launchers in North Carolina apparently. So swords are relatively tame. And I'm saying this as someone who has a sword like right behind him right now, and I also have like a scimitar somewhere. um, yeah, German Romanticism is a weird kind of beast, but I think it fits into sort of this sort of like area, like era where you have a lot of sort of like trying to build national identity through art in like explicitly national identity, right? So you have like your German Romanticism with especially like the Brothers Grimm doing their thing, trying to connect, build like a corpus of German explicitly German mythology, legends, fairy tales, all of that kind of stuff. You have the same thing with the Mabinogion in Wales being published the first time, like translated the first time around that that time. Yeah, the Kalevala in Finland also sort of fits in that same sort of mold, I guess, in a sense. And it's all due to fucking Herder, who, yeah, I mean, the Herder Institute is here in Marburg, where they collect a lot of like stuff. It's mostly on like Eastern European and Central European studies, but yeah, it's complicated. But there's a lot of interesting romantic German romantic art in there. Wagner, obviously, being sort of like the taking all of this to the extreme, but there's I mean, we talked about the Mouse Prince, uh, the Mouse King. I mean, and ETA Hoffman in general, really interesting as an author around that. There's a couple more, like the whole like von Arnim group, Annette von Droste. There's interesting stuff being done there, but it is also always sort of like in as a part of this project of defining what it means to be German. And we all know that that leads to bad outcomes. We don't want to know what it means to be German, because as soon as somebody decides or claims to decide what is German and what is not German, yeah, everyone starts to invade Poland, and that's a dumb idea in general. Britain, I think Texas is the Bavaria of the United States in a lot of ways. Hey Phil, how you doing? All right. See you, Austin. Thanks for checking in. I appreciate that a lot. I will not comment on that one, Thornall. Um, no, it's one of those things like Germans start thinking about what it means to be German, and the next thing you know, they're driving tanks into France or invading Poland. It's a bad idea. We shouldn't do that. But it is interesting to see that sort of like 19th century, where the concept of like a nation state is for slowly defined, and Romanticism in a lot of ways is part of that project. Lesser known German composer Karl Maria von Weber. Highly recommend his opera Der Freischütz, which is about making a deal with the devil to have enchanted bullets so you can win at a shooting competition to win the love of your life, and you know then end up in hell because obviously you made a deal with the devil and you don't want to do that, right? So it's almost fantasy stuff, and it's very bombastic, very catchy musically, and I think something that those writers in a lot of ways capture, and especially like someone like Annette von Droste very much captures that as well, is a is an sort of like an aspect of like Germany, or Germanness, that has sort of like unfortunately been lost because so much of sort of like understanding of the Middle Ages at this point is dominated by either England or France, which, at the time are sort of connected. So that specific approach to feudalism and society during, like, I don't know, the 10th to like 14th century or whatever. And there's a weirdness to like Germany in a lot of ways that is often lost, which is a shame because it would make for really good, like, sort of like background for like fantasy stuff in a sense, because it is fundamentally different in lots of ways. Also, way more democratic at the time because you have, a lot of sort of like local, like village councils and town councils and so forth have a lot of power compared to like their feudal overlords in the Holy Roman Empire, like Germany at that point, part of Germany, what is now Poland, Czech Republic, Austria, parts of Hungary. There's an interesting balance there that is sort of like lost in this image that we now have of sort of like the Middle Ages with like the Lord is in charge and that's it. It's like, no. If your peasants council says you're fucked, you are very much fucked as a lord in at least, continental Europe at the time. And that, and like the wildness of like a lot of like weird wildness of like a lot of like German forests and all of these like smaller mountain ranges that we have around here. That is something I wish we had more of that in fantasy novels because it is really cool. You could do something with that because there's also always like a level of like sort of darkness in there that you don't necessarily get in stuff that is sort of like influenced by the very specific English sort of like British understanding of the Middle Ages because Britain's still like it's a fucking island. It's not that big. The wildness isn't really there at the end of the day because you can always just keep walking and you'll probably be fine. And you don't necessarily have that when you talk about like Germany and Poland and the Czech Republic. There's like such cool stuff. Like I don't know if you've ever heard about the stories about Rübezahl, which is like a giant living in sort of like a mountain range, which is at the border between Poland and Czech Republic and technically also like Germany at around that time. And it's like he's a bit of like a, a bit of a picaresque sort of like trickster kind of figure, but also like a giant and really it can be really deadly and stuff like that. And we have lots of these kind of stories that have sort of like fallen by the wayside because of how stuff has been sort of like homogenized when it comes to like European sort of like Middle Ages in a lot of ways, right? And so there is something interesting happening in Romanticism, but there is also that underlying darker edge of trying to build that German identity, which does involve sort of like homogenizing and filing off the more edgy aspects of like the culture to create something, yeah, something coherent. I don't know if Germany is a vampire. I I don't think Germany is a vampire because Germany is not, planning. It's not cunning enough when it comes to sort of like planning power. It's more like Germany is more like the drunk muscle guy who at some point feels his strength and goes like, I guess he can also do this. And it's too bumbling, I think, for vampires. Well, I mean, the Holy Roman Empire thing, the quote from from Voltaire, right? It's like it's the Holy Roman Empire. It's neither holy nor Roman nor nor an empire. But yeah, it's complicated. Like the Holy Roman Empire of a German nation is interesting as a state construct because it does elect its monarch, right? Like you have the different electors, a couple of archdukes or whatever that are the people that get together and vote on who's going to be the next emperor. And some of those were in fact bishops or archbishops in this case, and that's sort of like where a lot of the investiture controversy kind of comes in, because it's like, well, if the bishop of Mainz and like the bishop of Cologne get to vote who's going to be the next German emperor, the next German emperor might have an interest in figuring out who's going to be the next, Archbishop of Mainz and the Archbishop of Cologne. Oh, all right. Yeah, sort of. Then I guess. Sorry, Ori. Well, I mean, Miami had the Bitcoin mayor who is now part of some other grifty AI project, because the mayor who wanted to make Miami the Bitcoin capital of the United States obviously moved on to a different grift at this point. And it's yeah, it's ridiculous. But then again, the economy is getting more and more ridiculous every day. So I guess that's where we are. It's all just grift and fuck ups. I mean, Florida doesn't have a monopoly on disturbance. So those are abundant all over the place. So but yeah. Anyway, as I said, like I'm reading Dreamer Awake. I did do some more rereading and stuff uh for the AI project, and I hope I'll be finished with the AI video by the end of the month. So I guess Friday. Friday is 1st of May, right? Um, which is International Labor Day. So I guess, and that's a public holiday in Germany. So it's the time where everyone, goes protesting against capitalism and does cool labor things. Yeah, that's one of those like really interesting things, Britain, right? Like everyone is grifting. The thing is that like the total like over financialization of everything has led to this sort of like situation where people believe that the only way to actually get ahead is not by having an honest job or whatever, but it is by grifting. That's the only way to actually get ahead. So everyone is trying to grift or gamble, and I don't think that's a good way of running a society. I don't think it's a good way of running an economic system. I don't think it's good, even if you agree, if you think that capitalism is a good way of doing economy. I don't think the current version of where we're at is sustainable in any way, because that's kind of the problem, right? Like everyone goes like, well, the only way to actually get ahead is by grifting or gambling, and yeah, that's fucked. It's really depressing, though. Well, I mean, I am, as I said, working on the AI video, and I'm happy to have an intelligent conversation. But I've also read like about 30 books on the subject at this point, so I have opinions, and they are at this point well founded. So I have to say about Mark Wayne Mullins, though, it's like the fact that someone can be called Mark Wayne in one word, in one name, that is already saying a lot. That is, and that's a lot of not good, right? Like, come on, it's like Mark Wayne. You sure about that one? I know about Gary's economics. I haven't watched that much of his stuff. When it comes to like British guys talking about economics, I think Unlearning Economics is a really good and interesting channel by an economist talking about stuff. And I may not always agree with him, but I think he's a really good has a good approach. Also, lots of Simpsons memes in his videos, so that helps. But but that's the point, right? Like social media has by turning attention into into an economy. That's the problem, right? It's like because there is a financial incentive to get attention, and that's the dark part. That's like the financialization of everything that the fucking CEO of Kalshi talked about. It's like they want to financialize every potential decision and choice. And I'm like, if you say that with a straight face, I think someone should actually put a brick in that face, because at that point, like, you know, that's bad. It's really bad. And social media has turned, because of the underlying profit incentives of the corporations, has turned attention into an economy thing that you need to maximize. It's not just a place where I can connect with my friends or whatever. It's suddenly I need to pay attention to those numbers and make sure those numbers go up and shit like that. And that is an economy problem that is underlying it. It has just also turned attention and social interactions into a marketplace. And while markets, may be free, they're only free if there is a power with a gun behind it that makes sure that the market stays the way it is. Like, it's hard to underestimate how much the supposedly free market depends on state violence, supporting it and ensuring it, basically, at the end of the day. And that is something that is often overlooked, especially by your basic libertarians who go, well, I mean, the smaller the state, the better. It's like, well, but if there's like no state, you know, there's no free market. A free market only exists as long as there is, an army that makes sure that the market remains. And it's one of those things that is so fascinating to understand, that when and I'm talking about that in the AI video because of course I have to, the Luddite uprisings in the 1810s, right? They ended because the British state sent the largest occupation force that Britain had fielded up to that point to fucking Nottingham, like more troops than went to fucking France to fight Napoleon. You have to understand that. It's like that's why the Luddite uprising ended. That's why industrial capitalism succeeded. Not because it was superior or anything of the sorts, but because the British state sent in tens of thousands of soldiers to make sure that no one actually rebelled, and they and hanged like the leaders of the Luddite uprisings. And it's important to keep that in mind, because it's so easy to assume that it's just because capitalism is naturally superior or anything of the sort. It's like, no, it's because there's an alliance between the people in charge, in charge of capital, the owners of capital, and the people in charge of the state, and that alliance has forced it that way. And that, yeah, like, just imagine that. Like, this is right when they are fighting Napoleon, and they send more troops to fight like rebelling weavers than they send to France to fight Napoleon. I don't know if you've asked me that before, Ida, though. Like, maybe, but yeah. Um, yeah. I haven't seen that video about AI yet, but I'm following Ed Sidran, who I really like. For someone who's way more foul-mouthed than I am, and he's been, on the on the ass of the AI industry for the last 2 years at this point, yelling at them and insulting them and calling them fuckwits and stuff like that. Highly entertaining, but also looking at like how it is breaking everything, and that's part of the problem, right? Like, because the AI industry right now is all funded by venture capital. It has sort of like taken up most of like the available venture capital funds. It's all tied up into AI. And unless, unlike other stuff that AI, that venture capital has been funding in the last couple of decades, well, at least like the since the 2000s, it's not just software, right? Like if you venture capital fund a software company like Facebook or whatever, they have very, very low sort of like costs, right? Like their capital expenditures are limited because they, are a bunch of white, incredibly rich coders in San Francisco and an army of coding slaves somewhere in the Philippines being paid by the hour. Well, that's very limited. And the current AI version or current version of AI that is done by, people like open companies by like OpenAI and Anthropic and so forth is incredibly hardware intensive. So you actually have to spend on data centers and all of that stuff. So suddenly all of that venture capital is tied up in something that doesn't have like any like massive economic use case yet, right? Like they obviously, there are use cases for different forms of large language models. That's fine, but they are, relatively limited, and they're not exactly the kind of thing that does suddenly make billions of dollars in actual revenue. But everyone has been betting on this, and it has tied up all the capital. So if any of these companies tries, and that's going to be really interesting once OpenAI or Anthropic go for an IPO, right? Because then they have to actually put out their numbers for everyone to see, and yeah, it's not going to be good. It's not going to be good at all. On the one hand, I mean, people like Sam Altman definitely deserve some level of comeuppance. But yeah, if you have control over your personal investments, if you have money that you actually invest in, then get out of AI as before it all breaks down, because it will definitely break down, and it will take down a lot of other stuff with it. And that's like the other thing, right? Like Oracle is tied heavily into AI because they are building data centers and they're highly leveraged. And obviously, the boss of Oracle is Larry Ellison, and he has just spent like fuck tons of money to give his son, all of these wonderful media companies like Warner Brothers and NBC and so forth, right? Like yeah, CBS and so forth. And beyond him just being a right wing nut job, it's also just like if this thing collapses right now, you don't know how much of like the money that he has promised to pay for fucking Warner Brothers in the current sort of like takeover things. Like you don't know how much of that money will also be just yanked away, and then suddenly it's not just like the data center industry. Suddenly it's also the media industry that is completely sort of like running out of money. It does have like weird connections right now because of that crony capitalism of like three guys who are big with the president of the US basically getting whatever the fuck they want. So yeah, it's going to be interesting, is what I'm saying. Well, I don't think so because I definitely read books by people I despise on AI. Because you got to know those topics as well. I've read Nick Bostrom and I disagree with Nick Bostrom. I've read more than one book by Nick Bostrom, even though I disagree with Nick Bostrom. And I've read several books by Sebastian Mallaby, who's a piece of shit and a hagiographer of capitalism. Yes, Thornall. Apparently, Napoleon is less important than capitalism, or at least was so for the British government in 1810, 1812, and well, I mean, you can make of that what you want. Well, yeah, Sam Altman is definitely evil. What I found so interesting is that with that new piece that Ron Farrow put out about on the New Yorker, in the New Yorker about Sam Altman, and I'm like, yeah, but I read like Empire of AI by Karen Howe last year, and the entire book is about like how Sam Altman is a grifting liar who tells everyone what they want to hear, and how that is why he got fired, and because of everyone else really loving him because of them telling them whatever they wanted to hear, having the network to of people in with money and so forth to get put back in charge at OpenAI. So all of this isn't new from the Ronan Farrow thing, but I'm glad that people are catching up. But it's kind of sad to see that it takes a man with enough name recognition to actually put that out there, because clearly the incredibly talented and well really well researched woman who put out the entire book on that subject last year didn't actually get that level of recognition because of, I guess, not having a well-known name, and probably also not being a man at the end of the day. I do definitely though recommend reading Karen Howe's the Empire of AI. It's really, really good. It's really depressing. That is also true, Ida. Like, here's the thing. I do believe that generative AI can be an interesting tool to use for art if you use it as a tool in a responsible way. Like I've seen like I've read like interviews with artists who use generative AI, like they're like photographers, and they take their own pictures and then use AI to sort of like do sort of like alienating effects and stuff on their own pictures. And you can still argue about like how much of that AI model is based on like stolen images or whatever. But like, I think there is something you can do with generative AI that is interesting from an art perspective. But that's not what it's going to be used for, because what it's going to be used for is to disempower laborers. It's to disempower artists and de-skill them further, because that's kind of what it does at the end of the day. And like, Cory Doctorow has an interesting point. There's like, well, we know AI is shit, and the people whose jobs it is replacing know that AI isn't really good at their job, but AI doesn't talk back. And if you're in the creative fields, whether it's screenwriting or any other part of sort of like the creative industries, your bosses are going to make demands on you because they think, they have done like focus group testing or whatever, and they think that they know exactly what they want. It's like, they want a movie with like a cute dog and big explosions and so forth, because that's going to be really good. And you're like, yeah, but that's like a really terrible idea. That's not how art works. And AI doesn't do that. They just like you can just like tell the AI machine, spit me out that script, and then just make it, and just pay humans a lot less to then just like smooth over the inconsistencies and shit like that. And that's bad. And that's that's like the interesting thing there is, and yeah, as like Cory Doctorow talks about it, in terms of like the reverse centaur issue. Like, so the idea is in automation theory, right? What you have is, if there's a machine and it enhances a human's capability, that's what you call a centaur, just like the Greek thing, right? Like you have the horse body and the human torso on top of it, being in control. At the point where the machine dictates how stuff works and the human has to sort of like adhere to the schedule, to the demands of the machine, that's when you have a reverse centaur. And the goal is, of course, to turn as much sort of like intellectual work as possible into like a reverse centaur version of work, because reverse centaurs are replaceable because they are just there to press buttons. They can't, they're not no longer paid for their special knowledge, for their special skills. And that is really desirable from the side, from the perspective of bosses, basically, at the end of the day. And that is what is happening right now. And the fanatic, like, AI is evil, so we'll accuse every artist of using AI kind of thing, can be helpful in that regard, because it does sort of like put even more pressure on artists, individual artists, because it always goes down to, and that's like the frustrating thing is, like, instead of going like, well, let's actually, do something against this publisher who's hiring AI, using AI and hiring humans to just smooth out the errors of an AI at the end of the day. Let's attack the system. But instead it's like, well, your name as an artist is on this piece and you used AI, so we're gonna hate you as an individual artist who's just trying to make fucking ends meet. And that was so frustrating last year when you had that big thing when I keep forgetting, Chicago newspaper had this insert for the summer with like books, and the books were hallucinated by an AI, well, created by an AI, and everyone was like, well, hating the guy who was supposedly the author of that entire segment. Is about, if you're a freelance journalist and you have to write like fucking 80 pages per week just to get by, you know there, there's incentives of why you're using this specific thing. So, if you pay writers enough, if you pay artists enough, and don't expect them to work about like 3 to 10 times the hours that any human can actually work, then they won't use those tools, and they won't fuck up, and they won't, use what you might call illegal or extra legal things. But you're forcing people to grift, basically. And that's the underlying problem in a lot of ways. I mean, analytic AI is already used in really interesting ways. Like, when like your alpha fold stuff, your protein folding stuff. I know, for example, where I did my master's thesis, basically, right? They're using artificial neural networks for clustering and classification stuff in archaeology, where you suddenly can use, you know, a huge data set with like all kinds of like additional information, like soil composition, on all of these factors, and you can cluster stuff through that and classify stuff through that. In this regard, things are already really, really helpful. The current version of like large language models is not going anywhere, and it's not interesting. I do, once again, I do believe that there are uses for you know generative AI that might be helpful. Like, I was thinking about this, right? Like, I have massive anxiety, right? Like, in one specific way, that is when I have to interact with officials, with like bureaucracy, with the state, when I have to write official emails to, I don't know, the tax office, the town, whatever, right? Like, those kind of things scare the fucking life out of me, and I don't know why. And it didn't used to be this way, but it is right now. So if I can just use fucking ChatGPT or any other large language model to write me that official email, that would solve one specific, very specific problem for myself. And I think that stuff is valid. Like, do I want to, use those specific models that, burn entire fucking rainforests just to make one dumb cat meme or whatever? No, of course not. But I do see the underlying sort of like usefulness, the same way that like with programming, right? It can create a lot of like code. You still need like a really good, actual programmer, computer scientist to actually go through that code and make sure it's not actually doing anything dumb, and it's going to be wasteful, not very optimized for like efficiency or anything of the sorts. But when it comes to sort of like building scaffolding, right, like building a lot of like basic code stuff, I think once again computer large language models can be useful for that kind of stuff. But you don't need fucking chat gpt for that. You need a specific smaller small model that is trained on just that specific kind of set of data. And that I think that is where stuff will be going once the bubble bursts and once everyone has realized that neither fucking Claude nor ChatGPT will become God anytime soon. And then I guess we'll just like go back to having smaller AI models that are made for a specific, use case. But that's the thing, John. It will not create artificial general intelligence because we don't know what general intelligence is. We don't know what fucking intelligence is. We have no definition for that. And OpenAI's definition of artificial general intelligence is just a machine that surpasses humans at most or all economically valuable tasks. And I'm like, hey, that's not intelligence. That's just work. And yeah, you can't do that with large language models. It's just not going to happen. So yeah, AGI is not going to happen anytime soon. I don't think the homosexuality has much to do with it. There's and Peter Thiel has been a mentor to Sam Altman, definitely. So there's like ideological connections. I think the more important connection with like, current tech people is Peter Thiel grew up in South Africa. Um, David Sachs, crypto czar of the Trump administration right now, and former PayPal investor and buddy of Peter Thiel, also grew up in South Africa. Elon Musk grew up in South Africa, and there's a couple more of the current group that grew up in apartheid South Africa. So I think that is the way more interesting connection than the homosexuality of people like Peter Thiel and Sam Altman and Keith Raboy, who is married to, I think, the number two guy in Palantir. But yeah, so no, the homosexuality is less of a thing. But the apartheid South Africa thing, I feel is worth looking at because that's a society you grow up in that is very, very specific, and some of those ideas seem to have filtered over when you talk about look at like the ideas around eugenics and stuff that people like Thiel and Musk and so forth espouse in a lot of ways. Yeah, and that's the point. Like $200 is insanely cheap for art because if you look at like how many hours it takes to create that art, that's a very that's like way below minimum wage at the end of the day. And that's like part of the problem, right? Is that we tend to undervalue art, all art. Like seriously, like I said, like I mean, I've organized concerts, I've been on tour with bands, I've done all of that kind of stuff, right? Like when it comes to art and entertainment, we are seriously underpaying about 99.9% of the people that are working in that field because we don't want to spend more money on it, or we can't afford to spend more money on it because of, everything being shit. But like that's the point. Is like if I just like so when I was last on tours, like we had like running costs every day for renting a van, gas, renting a backline, all of that kind of stuff. You have running costs of like 400 euros per night, 400 bucks per night, and that's before paying flights from the US to Germany, to Europe to start with, right? Like so 400 euros per night, and that means the band needs 400 euros to break even. That means the like local organizer needs to make 400 euros through tickets. So you can hope for like 40 people showing up for a ticket for 10 euros, and 40 people showing up for an underground heavy metal show. It's possible, but it can be tough during the week. And that's if you as a local organizer have no additional costs. If you want to pay the sound guy, that's another 100 euros at least, and that's probably because he's once again working for less than minimum wage, on the side and everything, right? So suddenly it's 50 people for 10 euros, and you need to rent some part of the PA. That's more money. You need to I don't know, pay a hotel for the band to stay. That's another 200 euros, 150 euros, whatever, right? Like, or you can, up the ticket price for like to 20 euros and hope that still like 30 people will show up. And chances are they won't, because 20 euros, a lot for, students, kids, and so forth, right? So we generally undervalue art in so many ways. And yes, 200 euros is dirt cheap for for a cover artwork, because someone is very much doing the self-exploiting exploitation thing there, which is also what you do as a writer, right? You write a book, you self-publish it, you will obviously not make back the time you spent on that book. Like if you look at all the hours you spent writing that and you turn that into, like, I don't know, let's assume 15 bucks per hour, right? You're not making that money back. And I think it's frustrating for a society to basically be built on the idea that all the stuff we do to sort of recover from the sufferings of capitalism, right? Like recover from the job, all that bullshit, right? Like all things we do for that are basically run on self-exploitation by some people. Some people are going to be exploited for that massively, because either we can't afford it or we don't want to afford to pay those people more. And yeah, I don't think that is sustainable in the long run. Well, I mean, bit of beer. I agree, but I do know ways of fixing that, but those usually involve, I don't know, guillotines and stuff. Um, Thornall, yes, Leonardo da Vinci would totally have used an AI to try stuff out because he's that kind of guy. And that's my point. Is like, as a technology, it's interesting to play around with, right? It's the other stuff that kind of comes with the territory that is the problem. Yeah, that's what I mean, Joe. As a programmer, I think it can be really helpful to, yeah, do a lot of like the really boring groundwork stuff. It's like I don't need to write another for loop or whatever thing, right? Like AI can do that, and there's a couple of reasons for that. One is that programming code you can verify. There have been tools for automatically verifying whether code works or doesn't work, and so that stuff it can do really well. You'd still need to look over it to make sure that it doesn't do anything ridiculous, or the code that you've written accidentally gets dumped on the internet, as happened to Claude fucking Code, where their entire repository was suddenly available for everyone to download because, yeah, apparently the guys at Anthropic use their own tool to write their own code, which, yeah, I mean, at least you're consistent. Yeah, that's the first law, though. I agree. Where you grow up is no excuse for being a cunt, but I do find it interesting that three people who are very much in charge of like a lot of like big tech stuff right now and have weird opinions on whiteness and stuff like that are all from South Africa. Yeah, that's the problem, right, Bedivere, right? With the way AI people talk about technology, and unfortunately, all of that stuff is very much tied to sort of like eugenics in a lot of ways. Um, I'm glad you're enjoying this, Mike. I'm slowly catching up to the live stream. Sorry, to the live chat. Sorry. Yes, the deep state does exist. There's inertia there, but the deep state doesn't control the idiots. And yeah, so as like the AI thing, so what I found interesting, to get back to you there, Bedivere, right? Like there's some really troubling connections between the people who are doing AI stuff and eugenics and their understanding of intelligence. And it's like um, Walter Rosenblatt, the guy who created the perceptron, like the first artificial neural network. He studied psychology in the 1930s, and he did sort of like with people like Spearman, who are eugenics adjacent, to put it mildly, like most statisticians of the like late 19th and all the way to like the first 1940s or so are. um he studied psychology with him, and the idea of how an artificial neural network works, which is taking like the large like multidimensional vector space of possible answers and reducing it to like a smaller like mapping it onto like a smaller space, vector space for answers, right? Which is, at the end of the day, what how artificial neural networks work. He Yeah, he took that from, working on his PhD on psychometrics, on personality tests, basically, which were then done very much in sort of like the spirit of eugenics and finding out which skull shape basically has which level of intelligence and stuff like that. So there is a connection that has always been there and that will never go away. You read someone like Nick fucking Bostrom and his like super intelligence strategies, chances, whatever the other one word is in that subtitle, that some people claim is the best book on artificial intelligence, which it is not. But then, I'm not met on books, so what do I know? Um, Beyond talking about, possible, paper clips and bullshit, one of the strategies Nick Bostrom lays out in that book for reaching super intelligence is humans with high IQ having kids together over generations and over generations and over generations. So the general intelligence of humanity will get better and better and better until it, becomes super intelligent. Now, that's a word for that specific thing, and it is very much eugenics, which then makes sense when you understand that Nick Bostrom also wrote that email in the 90s where he talks about like how he likes strong statements like blacks are less intelligent than whites, which is exactly like verbatim what he said in that email. He then went on to use like the N word for blacks, but in that first sentence he just said like blacks. But so yeah, unfortunately the current version of AI is a eugenics project, has always been a eugenics project, and will always be a eugenics project. And that might be bad, I think, sort of. Oh, yeah, Nick Bostrom also heavily funded by Jeffrey Epstein, because of course. Well, have fun with your grandma's birthday and happy birthday to your grandma. I don't know if I'll still be there because I don't know how long I will be going. Thornall, I don't know at what point, like I had some basic ideas of where I want to take this relatively early on. But for example, I only read The Eye of the Master, A Social History of Artificial Intelligence by Matteo Pasquinelli like a month ago. And that did definitely shape and change my perspective and gave me sort of like a different lens to talk about stuff that I was already feeling sort of like vaguely, but I didn't have like a good source I could base this on. And then I read that book and I'm like, yeah, this is what I was, the specific sort of like labor aspects and the de-skilling part of it, and like how it's about extracting knowledge and turning knowledge into fixed capital, basically taking the knowledge of people and turning it into machines. So you then don't need to hire people that have knowledge but can hire anyone else. And that's like a fundamental aspect of it. And tying that to Charles Babbage in particular is something that I didn't have the source for before then, and that was definitely helpful. So, like, I've basically known what I wanted to say for a long time at this point, but I am getting like more nuances and stuff like that. So that's like the danger, because there are sort of like diminishing returns, right? Like you start doing that, at some point you're like, yeah, obviously reading another book will make my argument even better, but is this still worth? Is that slight improvement still worth another, I don't know, $10 for the book and another week of reading? And that's sort of like where I'm struggling with right now. Yes, please, Ida, tell us cute stories about your cats. Yes, Bedivere, I have I have looked at some of that. I have read books about venture capital and private equity funding to understand that side of things, and you know, I've spent a lot of time reading newsletters and listening to podcasts by Ed Zidron. So I think, yeah, I am trying to cover the financial side of it as well. But that's the point. Is like right now, there is no really working business model for AI, right? Like, yes, people like to use AI, generative AI in general, to create weird, images of whatever. Like, as this one usually brings up, like Garfield with an AK and big tits, and I'm like, yeah, that's interesting for a second, but people will not pay for that, and the people who are using it professionally um, are burning so much tokens, right? That it doesn't make sense as a business model. Like OpenAI and Claude and Anthropic are losing money for every sort of like every request, every time someone uses their system, they are losing money at the moment, and they don't have an actual business model that is sustainable. And they're trying obviously to get to like enterprise users and stuff like that in coding and so forth. But even there, they're not yet like at a point where this stuff is sustainable. So the only like sort of like chance they have is selling their tools to states, to the state, to make themselves as inescapable as possible. So they're gonna get bailed out because the Pentagon needs its war crime machine, and they can't trust humans to bomb schools. They need AI to do that at this point. So that's sort of like the one sort of like goal, sort of like way they have to actually get bailed out once shit hits the fan, and that's bad, but at least at least machines are better at doing war crimes than at doing art, so I guess we're safe, kinda. Yeah, maybe less mice in the house is probably a good thing. So that's good. But that's the point. They are not making money. They don't know how to make money, because if all it does is help, programmers be slightly more productive, then that's good. But is it good enough to actually pay for the insane amounts of energy that you need for this specific approach to it? Like, once again, if the whole thing breaks down and people are you can build a good coding large language model on a much smaller data set, on a much smaller level, that can be used locally on your own computer and everything, and that will be helpful, and that stuff will be around, that will stay around. But like using the large like insane models like GPT and Claude and Grok or whatever, like those those don't have like any actual like function, and they won't find any function because there's nothing economically valuable enough that justifies that amount of waste. And that's sort of the thing. But like the problem is, and that's like the weird mindset underneath this, like that's the Peter Thiel thing, right? The whole 0 to 1 thing is like you need to create a monopoly. It's like one company has to become the de facto monopoly of generative AI usage, and that's the competition that Grok, like um, Elon Musk's XAI and Anthropic and OpenAI and I guess Google are in. And it's like they keep doing this until everyone has tapped out and only one is left, and then they're gonna schedule back. Which that's where the institutification kind of part comes in. But like the goal is to create a monopoly, and the question is, can they reach that monopoly status before the entire thing implodes? Because there's like no more cash available, no more venture capital available to actually fund the thing, or do we reach that point where we run out of cash and then the whole thing implodes? That's the question right now. No, Thornell, the machines will not take your jobs unless your job is, deciding which schools to bomb in Iran. Then yes. Otherwise, probably no. Or at least you'll get fired. A machine will replace you, and then you'll get hired back for lower payment to make sure that a machine that is taking your job is actually not making any mistakes. And that's the underlying goal. That's why there's an interest in parts of the industry, parts of any industry really, to replace you with AI is so they can hire you back to make sure that's the de-skilling part. That's the taking away your advantage when it comes to negotiating pay and negotiating wages and stuff like that, right? Like at the end of the day, what makes you valuable as a worker is not your ability to, press buttons, swing a hammer, or whatever, but is the knowledge of knowing when to press a button, when to swing a hammer, how to do that. And if they can take away as much of that knowledge as possible and turn it into a machine, then they're going to do that because that means they can, pay you less because suddenly lots of other people can also do the same thing, and going to school is worth even less than it used to, and that's kind of the problem that we're in. So machines are going to come for your jobs not because they can actually do your job, but because someone wants to, have you do your job but pay you less, which is, capitalism. Hey Maven, yes, yeah, I hope they do, so we can all find out what remains. Because, and that's like the dangerous part. If the whole thing collapses and the bubble pops, everyone has been de-skilled, and a lot of like, and Cory Doctorow has talked about this in the past, and I think Ed Zidron as well, right? Like you have this moment where suddenly you've lost a lot of like institutional knowledge, like process knowledge of stuff that people working at the same place doing the same kind of job have. Like you have knowledge that is hard to quantify, that is hard to formalize, just like experiential knowledge, right? And a lot of that is going to be lost. And that will be bad in lots of ways. None of them good. I mean, yes, Bedivere, I think stuff is getting more and more difficult. Like, the whole fucking Iran thing doesn't help, because if all your data centers run on lots of fucking expensive energy, and all your chips require, I don't know, helium to produce, and still need to be shipped through the Strait of Hormuz, then, starting a war that closes that street It's not going to be really good, is it? And that's the other part. Like so much venture capital that is tied up in AI right now through companies like venture capital funds like SoftBank is so much of SoftBank at this point is funded through the Saudi sovereign wealth fund, for example, and all these other Gulf nations are also like have invested so much money in the AI bubble, and depending on how stuff goes in places like Iran, um, if that money dries up, and if those chips are no longer coming, if the energy gets so fucking expensive, and fucking Elon Musk is running his data center that he's using to poison the air around black neighborhoods in fucking Louisiana, running that stuff on methane, and running like so much of this stuff is running on gas, is running on fucking gasoline and shit like that. Like that ties into that as well. So it's going to be bad. So 6 to 12 month, yes, roughly, I guess. I don't know. I'm not a betting man. Otherwise, I would probably put money down on fucking Kalshi. Nah, never that. But like on Poly Market, make Peter Thiel even more bucks, I guess. No, but yeah, it's going to go down one way or another, and then something else will come up, and then everyone will go into quantum computing and hope that that's going to be the next big thing. And that's the other thing, right? Like tech hasn't had a big, massive new thing since the iPhone. Like the last like big tech invention that really changed was a game changer. That was smartphones. That was at the end of the day was the iPhone, and then obviously all the other phones that came after that. Like the smartphone was the last big paradigm shift, and they haven't had anything like that. And venture capital relies on having these 10x, 100x kind of companies, like the one thing that you invest in that suddenly becomes so insanely valuable that you make back all the money plus some more, and can cover all the other stuff that you wasted money on. And they haven't had one of those, and crypto wasn't it, NFTs wasn't it, fucking the metaverse wasn't it, obviously, and now they're hoping that AI is it. But if AI also isn't it, and I don't think it is, at some point the whole thing will break, and that's going to be very interesting indeed. Well, when the polls give out, look, I just came back from camping, so I'm fine with that. But yeah, no, poisoning is never okay. That's not the thing. It's just interesting that the neighborhoods that Elon Musk's data center is built next to are all black, and he's doing it there because around that neighborhood there are no actual environmental restrictions that prevent him from doing that, and he doesn't have to pay taxes. And those are things that you might call systemic racism, the kind of thing that is studied by I don't know, a theory about race that might be critical. But I heard that stuff is forbidden now, so I don't know. Yeah, maybe not like the Fokrilla sale. That would be um, intense. Although to be fair, I think that like if you want to actually make sure that shit isn't going to get this bad again, you need to have some level of consequences, like personal level of consequences. Because right now, what happens, is that the people in charge of these corporations, and yes, these are systemic issues and so forth, but like the people in charge will also still be fine. And if you know that the consequences for running this kind of corporation, for if the consequences for being Sam Altman is not that you'll get, ideally paid off when you leave your corporation because you run the thing into the ground, but if you know that the consequence is, I don't know, 20 years in fucking prison or, fucking Nuremberg for AI bosses or whatever, right? Like maybe people are less willing to do that. I don't know. I just feel there needs to be something there, some personal consequences for the people who are doing these kind of things. And ideally, those are, state sanctioned and well organized and everything. I'm not in favor of, lynch violence or anything of the sorts. But at some point, if we want to have a state, the state needs to actually take action and do shit. And that shit would hopefully include trials for people like Peter Thiel and Sam Altman and Elon Musk and putting them on, on charge and ideally locking them up for years and years and years and taking away all of their money. But, it's not going to happen because, yeah. Yeah, look, I agree. You need to grow a victory garden. I think it's actually really good to do that. If you have a chance to actually do like a community gardening project with your neighbors or whatever, I think that's even better because you need to make sure that, you and your neighbors, like people around you, are cool and you know who your neighbors are and shit like that. That is going to be really important. I mean, it's generally really important. Yeah, I know the kind of boats like look, at this point, the UK is as close to a failed state as you can get because this is so frustrating. I mean, I have hopes for the Greens right now. They seem to be doing good for the in the UK. That is something. But like a lot of like you see the same in lots of like parts of like Europe as well, like where everyone is basically giving up on having any vision for the future, and that's sort of like one of the big problems. It's like I was talking to a friend, um, far more conservative than me, right? Like, and it's like the German government right now sucks because it doesn't have a vision for the future. Like, and there right now we have a conservative, you know, chancellor, and he's supposedly, his main job is supposedly to be good at, economics. He's not. He used to be a board member for fucking BlackRock. I don't know how he ever got that job because he doesn't seem to be qualified. But the thing is that so much of democracy has turned into just making sure you win the next election and sort of like not having any vision for the future. The thing is, the right wing fuckers, they have a vision for the future. It sucks because it's a far right racist piece of shit kind of vision for the future. But they have a vision. And you need to have some kind of like positive, like, this is what we want to do, not like, this is how we're going to make things less worse. It's like, no, this is how we want to, where we want to go. And when it comes to like US politics, I think that's like the main reason why someone like Zoran Mamdani won in New York at the end of the day, because there's a vision there. You may disagree with that vision, like, or whatever, right? But there is like there is someone who's thinking about the future. There's someone who goes like, we can make things better. We can make things better, not by, undoing stuff from the past or going back to a previous, supposedly mythically good age or whatever, but like going like, hey, let's move into the future. Let's do something positive, have a vision for the future. And so much of politics is missing that. And that's like center right, center left, all of those parties are missing that. And that is the fucked up thing. It's like you need to have that. And I personally am happy with, what some of the steps that like the German left has been doing since they kicked out fucking Sarah Wagenknecht, which was really, really needed because terrible. Um, and it got rewarded. They got like way higher results than they got in like years after that. And unfortunately, yeah, the far right, the AfD, they are having those big numbers because they have a vision for the future. Everyone else is just defensive, is just going like trying to justify not doing things. And that's bad because you need to understand that like most people are sort of low-key aware of the fact that things are kind of shit. And anyone who goes like, well, we're going to do something and make it better will have like a leg up. And everyone else who goes like, well, we're not going to make things better, we make them slightly less bad, it's not going to win. That's the thing. I don't trust Germans when they think for like 1,000 years. We're not good at that. Yeah, that's the thing, Bedivere, right? Like it's like the idea that conservatives are good at economics is so done. It's like no, like I have friends, I know people who are working in different parts of different fields of economics, like I don't know, car industry, the financial sector, whatever, right? Like, and everyone is like, the current government is bad for our job. Like, they're fucking it up because of dumb ideological bullshit, right? Like, it's like German politics trying to stop doing, trying to reverse all the EU bans on combustion engines is helping one specific car company, and that's Porsche. And that's it. Everyone else who is in cars has been working to, switch to electrics for a while now. And suddenly they don't have to because suddenly you can, after they've switched all their stuff over to, developing better EVs and shit like that. And so, like, this is dumb. This is ideological bullshit that is not going to do anything positive. Yes, exactly, Bedivere. Believe in something. Well, I mean, on the topic of free speech, I think the U.S. idea of free speech is bullshit, and the idea, the thing that Americans, like U.S. Americans, let's be clear here, right? Like U.S. people thinking that free speech is a universal value. Yeah, that's you, motherfuckers. Like the rest of the world has had opinions on what is allowed to be said for the longest fucking time. Just because you say like, well, everything goes unless you have opinions on, I don't know, US values, family values, capitalism, and so forth, which apparently makes you a terrorist nowadays in the US. You know, yeah, it's bullshit. Free speech has always been bullshit. There has never been such a thing as free speech, and the US version of that is, yeah, it's US fucking parochialism trying to put that on the rest of the world. It's like, no, like we've had conversations on what can be said for the longest fucking time. So you going like, well, I guess you should be racist in public and that's fine, is not you know, that's not a universal value. That's just like, yeah, you being like US politicians being dickheads. Let's put it that way, right? Yes, Kat, exactly. It's like I'm not those assholes is a bad argument for for politics. Like, no, you need to have like an idea of where you want to go. You need to be. I mean, obviously, I am, as I like, currently very happy with the German left, Die Linke, the left wing party, because well, several reasons. One of them being they kicked out Sarah Wagenknecht, who was bad in lots of ways and very pro Putin, pro Russia, whatever, all of that stuff. Also, the current leader is someone I know personally because she studied here in Marburg, and someone who does believe shit, which is good. I very much agree with you there, Ida. Yes, now inciting violence against the most vulnerable people is never okay. And assuming that the one thing that will fix your country is having, I don't know, white middle-aged dads with machine guns on the border, on the coast, shooting at boats is your solution. I don't know. Maybe some more work is needed there. Yeah, because Reagan's economics were bullshit. They were voodoo. I mean, obviously not voodoo, but I mean, you be careful there. But like Reagan and especially Nancy Reagan's sort of like reliance on an astrologer for like political decisions is something that has been documented, right? We know we know there was a lot of magical thinking involved in that bullshit. All right, let me put it this way. It is fine for you to be racist in public, but it is also fine for the public to then punch you in the face. And that's the point, right? Like, free speech doesn't mean that you can say whatever the fuck you want without consequences. It means that the state is not going to restrict your speech unduly. But everyone else can totally fucking do something about it, right? People can yell at you for being an idiot in public. That's fine. That's also free speech. Um, that being said, I mean, obviously, I live in Germany. We have some very strict rules on parts of free speech historically. Like you're not allowed to, run around wearing swastikas. You're not allowed to do the Hitler salute in public. You're not allowed to do a bunch of these kind of things. And I personally think that is fine because A, why would you do that? And there are exceptions for, art and showing historical movies and shit like that, right? Like obviously, but anyone doing a Hitler salute on the street right now is probably doing that either to be an asshole or because they actually believe that taking replacing the current version of Germany with Nazi Germany would be a good idea, and I don't think people should be allowed to do that. because it's bad, and we know it's bad. Like, free speech is not an argument that will help there, I think. I know about the Dublin argument, yes. And I really hate how so much of Schengen is being dismantled right now. I really hate how much of the Dublin thing is being dismantled right now. I mean, the Dublin argument, Dublin agreement has some issues in that, people have to sort of like like refugees have to be processed in the countries they first arrive in, and that's a problem for the EU because obviously that means that if you are, say, Italy or Spain, you're kind of fucked. But if you are, I don't know, Denmark, chances of refugees showing up in your country much smaller. Like at least showing up for the first time, because anyone who can make it to Denmark as a refugee is someone who can afford a flight to actually get there. Whereas all the people that barely hang on with their lives are the kind of people that make it across, say, the Mediterranean on a boat. So you need to have some sort of like way of you know sharing the load between those countries because of that understanding. But you know I feel like the underlying thing is that if someone is moved to leave their country where they live in, where they grew up in, if someone is willing to take upon themselves all of the fucked up shit that you have to go through as a refugee to go to a different place, they probably have a fucking reason for that. And people going like, well, but this will cost us money, or well, this is, economically not sound or whatever. Like, have you listened to yourself for a second? Have you understood that, you're basically saying that making money is more important than human lives? And like, it's a fundamentally human understand, for me at least, it's fundamentally human to make sure that people who are fleeing their country for any reason, seriously, for any fucking reason, you should, you know, make sure they can stay, can figure their shit out, and so forth. Like, I'm not a religious person, but I've read this book, right? And I'm pretty sure that's like one of those Christian values that you might want to, embrace sometimes. I don't know. Like the way that like so much of like any conversation about migration has shifted to like economic or any other sort of like values and just ignores the underlying fundamental thing that people fleeing a fucking civil war, fleeing a famine or whatever, are people in fucking need. They're human beings. They need that are, they deserve everything we can, give them to make sure that they are, no longer in fear, no longer in hunger, no longer in pain. That's a fundamental fucking thing, and we should agree to that. We should understand that that's the case. Anything else comes after that. But like instead, we're building fences and walls and shooting at people, and that's kind of bad, I think. And it's only going to get worse. What with climate change and stuff, which we are not doing anything about because we'd rather bomb schools to make sure that more oil is coming through the Middle East and it's coming through the Strait of Hormuz, so we can absolutely do nothing about the climate. I mean, that's another thing, Kat, right? Like, yeah, so much of it is built on migrants at the end of the day. Yeah, but like, yeah, I don't know. It's all bad, and it's really frustrating, and I think that understanding to bring that back to books once again is one of the reasons why I do really appreciate Anna Corn Blue's immediacy or the style of too late capitalism, because we are no longer in late capitalism. We're very much in like too late capitalism in a lot of ways. Like intuitively, most of us, it kind of also builds on like Mark Fisher's capitalist realism, right? Like we kind of we kind of know intuitively that we fucked up. There's a lot of stuff that we can't actually reverse anytime soon, right? Climate change. Most of us can't do shit about that. Like, yes, we can eat less meat. We can, take the train instead of the car and all that. And we can do all of that, but it will not change much in the grander scheme of things. It's like, if right now the US and Israel are burning shit tons of fuel to to fly planes over Iran to bomb children in schools to make sure that like oil is flowing. Why would we even try? And obviously we should still try and all of that, but like we fucked that one up. And there's so many other aspects of that as well where we're like, yeah, I guess all we can do at this point is damage control, maybe, just maybe, if we're lucky. And that level of fatalism, I think, it's really dangerous, but it's also very much a sign of the times right now. And yeah, we need to do something about that. We need to, you know, obviously make sure that we're safe and everything. Once again, talk with our neighbors, build social networks outside of digital corporations and so forth. Like talk to people around us in our area, all of that kind of stuff. Right? Like, we need to do all of that, but we also need to figure out some sort of like grander plan. And I think in a lot of ways that's like why last year I read both a Goliath by Tochi Onyebuchi, which I really 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 loved. Well, what a dark fucking book, but also uh Deluge by, oh god's names, anyway. Deluge, really good book about climate change and how about shit is bad, and how maybe sometimes violence and terrorism is the only option. And that's like the thing is like if you make sure that every other supposedly official avenue for changing things seems to be basically blocked off because you know elections are you know rigged because of how capitalism works and how who gets to spend money on stuff, like all of that kind of stuff. If you make sure that all of these things don't no longer matters, like what do you think people will do? Like at some point, if all the peaceful conversational sort of like avenues for change are blocked off, people will resort to less conversational means, I guess. And we are heading down that direction at the moment in lots of ways. It's like, it's like the same way that that thing in 2024 with that healthcare guy, right? Like it's like, why do you think everyone is like, hey, Luigi Mangione, good guy? It's like, why do you think that is, right? Like there's reasons for that stuff. Why do you think people are throwing Molotov cocktails at Sam Altman's house? Because of like a fundamental feeling of powerlessness, of like having no other options, because all the supposedly civil options have been taken away and have been neutered to absolute fucking all, right? And then of course at that point people will start doing less legal things, because like what, like why wouldn't you, right? It's like if you want to change something right now, it's like how would you do that? You know what I mean? Hey, former Demidrag now Gistal. How you doing? And yes, oh, I didn't know that Andy and Philip are having a chat as well. Sorry. But yeah, to get back to you there, Ida, I think Zach Polanski definitely an interesting character. So I hope there's something happening there because I don't believe that all of Britain wants to vote for Nigel, but what's the alternatives? Keir fucking Starmer? I don't think so. Yes, I mean that's like another part, Ida, right? Like I agree with you. There's like we need time to figure this shit out, and especially when it comes to like digital technology, like there's so much catching up to do for all of us as a species to get shit figured out, and that will take some time. Well, Mike, good book recommendations on your trip. I'm glad that you are going on that trip, and I hope it works and you get to good bookstores. Um, hmm, what you want? Want some nonfiction? Want some fiction? Want some weird stuff? How have you, Mike, personally, have you read any Discworld yet? Because if not, you might want to try some Discworld. Otherwise, I think what did I read recently that I really, really enjoyed? I mean, obviously, the collection that Amal El Motar did, Seasons of Glass and Iron, really good. I personally think that everyone should read Veronica Shano's Burning Girls and Other Stories. I've been telling that to everyone for a while now. Those are all pretty intense things, though, which is I'm sorry. I usually do a lot of that kind of stuff. I don't know. Read Metal from Heaven by August Clark. It's a fun story about anarchism and fighting capitalism in a steampunk fantasy setting. It also has lesbian biker gangs robbing trains, which pretty cool. I think personally. Um, I don't know. Have you read any Michael Chabon yet, Mike? Because if not, either the Yiddish Policeman's Union or the Amazing Adventures of Cavalier and Clay make for excellent reading. Moonclow also really good, and Gentlemen of the Road as well. But those are, I think, harder to find. But Amazing Adventures of Cavalier and Clay, it won a Pulitzer, right? It's serious literature. It's also fun, and about comic books and stuff. It's really good. Well, you should definitely read some Discworld at some point. If you like your fantasy slightly humorous and also very satirical and somewhat related to real world things, you might enjoy it. There's really cool stuff there. I don't know if you've read Douglas Adams' Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. It's it has similarities in vibe to Hitchhiker's Guide in lots of ways. Um, no, it's really good. Whether you start at the beginning or start with something later, you should try that. I think you might enjoy it. But I also saw your comment that you said where you said that you had in fact actually gotten yourself a copy of Winnie the Pooh, which I am very much in favor of. It's, as I said before, the best novel ever written. The author of the Yiddish Policemen's Union is Michael Chabon. Let me put it into chat. It's a really, really good book. I love it a lot. Like I do really enjoy the Amazing Adventures of Cavalier Clay. I know Britain really loves that one. For me, the Yiddish Policemen's Union, amazing book. Also, unfortunately, somewhat dark and what with the connections to a lot of like Zionism and Christian Zionism relevant right now in ways that are unfortunate. Yeah, the foul or run. One of my idols. See, I haven't read Valdemar yet, Mercedes Lecky, right? Um, my problem is that the name Valdemar, like Valdemar is like a German name, and it's like a very old coded German name. And one of the sort of like sports promoters in German football for like when I was like a small kid, and the guy presenting like sports news on like general television every single fucking day was called Waldemar Hartmann. So Waldemar in my head is sort of like the same way that I can't read Dungeon Caller Carl because Carl is such a German name, and I'm like, gods no, I can't deal with that shit. But I know I should. Well, I mean, in that case, Sren, I guess the Boston PD is the Irish Policemen's Union. I guess I don't know. No, Yiddish Policemen's Union, really good book. It's set in Alaska. It's an alternate history kind of thing, right? Like it's based on the idea that Jewish refugees after World War II could, be settled in Alaska, and it's sort of based on that the same way that Lavi Tidar's Unholy Land is sort of based on the idea of finding a Jewish homeland in Uganda, which is something that was considered in the late 19th century. But Herzl didn't approve of that and wanted to Palestine instead. So, but it's kind of built in that sort of like weird way. But it's a really good novel. It's a crime fiction. It's a basically it's a police procedural with your basic very hard boiled down on his luck definitely alcoholic, detective, trying to figure shit out and, getting drawn into, like, larger, political, machinations and stuff, and it's also a lot about chess and, stuff. It's a really good book because Michael Chabon is just an amazing writer, like, seriously. There's reasons why he's, one of the sort of, like, big American realist fiction, contemporary fiction writers, like, that guy knows his craft, and I don't want to look down on fantasy because I think fantasy is a absolutely valid genre, and there's amazing fantasy writers. But there are some people, there are some authors where you can just like tell that they know their craft on a level that a lot of people in genre fiction don't necessarily do because you are sort of like in a smaller sort of like pool in a smaller area, and you need to focus on lots of like other things like world building and all that kind of stuff. And like, you read a Michael Chabon, you read Brandon Sanderson, and there's like no fucking comparison. Like, those people know those people are worlds apart when it just comes to like command of language and command of just like general command of language and how to do stuff. And it's important to understand that because Michael Chabon still wrote a couple of fantasy books, right? Like, I mean, Gentleman of the Road is like a historical fiction that is very deliberately based on Fafet and the Grey Mouser, and it's like you can do all of that shit as well. You can be good at writing, and that's why people like Gene Wolfe stand out so much, and people like Stephen Erickson stand out so much because you know writing fantasy is no excuse for being bad at writing, is what I'm saying. And I'm so over Carl at this point, Thornell. I'm sorry. I mean, I've read Karl Marx, I've read Karl May. I don't know if I need more Carl in my life. I'm glad you did enjoy that, Mike. It was interesting for me to actually go back because, as I said in those videos, I read those Karl May books as a kid, and there's so much that goes over your head as a kid. And at the same time, you realize how much this stuff has sort of like shaped like an entire national culture. So there's that, yes. Um, but so yeah, no, I haven't read Valdemar yet. I know it exists though. That's the one with like lots of like horse stuff in it, right? Like it's all about the horses, and are they sort of like s- I don't want to say intelligent because horses can be intelligent. Um, Not my mother's horse that I've ridden before, which is a very nice horse, but also not exactly a smart horse. But I think there's something with horses in Valdemar that I think Derry has been talking about that in the past. Carl Sagan, like I haven't read Contact. Maybe at some point I should. I don't know. A good nonfiction recommendation. Well, I just said that earlier. I think Empire of AI by Karen Howe is definitely a very, very good book to read at the moment because it came out last year in like April or something, and It does cover a lot of ground, gives you a good background in understanding artificial intelligence. It also covers, the whole like rivalry stuff around OpenAI and Anthropic and XAI and stuff like that. It's a really good book in that regard. And Karen Howe, got a computer science degree from MIT and you know, is writer for the MIT Tech Review. So definitely knows her shit when it comes to the actual technology out underneath it. So right now, I think that's a really good one. Quinn Slobodian, uh, generally Quinn Slobodian, always worth reading. I think his Hayek's Bastards, Crack Up Capitalism, and Globalists are good. Globalists is a bit more in depth and looking at sort of like how neoliberalism, especially Mises and Hayek, are influenced by growing up in the Habsburg Empire and how that has shaped their understanding of like the role of the state versus the economy and stuff like that. Uh, Whereas Hayek's Bastards is looking at like why so many people calling themselves libertarians right now are in fact right wing lunatics. Depressing in that regard. If you there's so many. I mean, I already told you to read Dawn of Everything by David Graeber and David Vangro, which is a really good book, and covers a lot of stuff, and it's just like incredibly well written, really good shit. Uh, Jacob Silverman's Gilded Rage is unfortunately a relevant book at the moment. I do recommend that. Nancy Fraser's Cannibal Capitalism is also a really good book on lots of, you know, contemporary topics on like why the stuff we're in is not really sustainable. Cory Doctorow's and Shittification, definitely a book that is helpful. That's a good start, Sren. I think, personally, I think like Discworld is in the long run better than Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is, of course, incredibly entertaining to read. It's a lot of fun. Like seriously, so much fun. Cool stuff. Lots of like really fun jokes. Nice asides. All of that stuff. Really good. Um, what I personally appreciate so much about Discworld is it's a very, very honest kind of fantasy satire in that you can you can feel Terry Pratchett's personal convictions throughout the books. And like they change over time, they morph over time because he knows more about the world, he finds out more stuff, he gets pissed off at different things and so forth. And you can change Discworld changing with Pratchett's personal convictions over time. But the fundamental thing that is always in Discworld is Terry Pratchett is a very, very angry man that is very angry at all kinds of injustice and economic injustice, gender injustice, racial injustice, all that kind of stuff. He gets really pissed off about all of these things, and that informs the books, and that makes those books so good. Also, like really fun jokes about rock bands, movies, and other stuff. Okay, I don't know about that one, Ida. Um, I mean, when it comes to nonfiction, the one that I would always recommend is Franz Fanon. The Wretched of the Earth is really good. It's also going to be really depressing, and the final part is going to be very hard to read because it's based on his like field notes as psychiatrist, dealing both with torture victims during the Algerian Civil War and dealing with the torturers who also obviously suffered psychic trauma from, torturing people, which is not good for your mental health, apparently. But really good book. Highly recommend Franz Fanon in that regard. Something I personally found really good. It's a memoir, so technically nonfiction, is Know My Name by Chanel Miller, which is about surviving sexual assault. Chanel Miller being the woman that was assaulted by that, I think it was Stanford guy at Stanford, Brock Cooper. Brock Cooper, I think is his name. The swimming athlete, and the very public trial about all of that, and that's her memoir. And I do highly recommend reading that. It's going to be really rough, but I think it's important, especially for men, to read that, because a lot of it is about like casual sort of like sexual harassment and objectification that you suffer, that women suffer, that dudes don't necessarily notice, right? And a lot of that kind of stuff is seeps into that. It's really good. It's really bad. It's really heavy reading though. Like, but I highly recommend that one when it comes to nonfiction. I think it should be something that most people like. People should read that kind of stuff. Brock Turner, yes, right. How can you do Discworld discussions and have a no politics rule though? Yeah, Brock Turner. Thanks. But yeah, really good book. Highly recommend that one. I haven't read the Virginia Jeffrey one yet. Yes, Brock Turner. Sorry, for whatever reason I thought Brock Cooper, but like, yeah, it's Brock Turner. Yeah, it's a really good book. It's very powerful. It's yeah, the kind of stuff you should read. I read that last year. I also read at the same time. There's a couple of books I read around that last year, around that time, for totally no reasons about, accusations of sexual assault in the booktube community and whatnot, which doesn't exist. But anyway, um On the Wrong Side by Nicole Bedera is one of those books that I do think is absolutely worth reading, but it's a much more academic book, and it's mostly about how the whole Title IX process does in fact harm victims of sexual violence and protects perpetrators. And I think it's basically based on her PhD thesis work in social sciences and so forth. It's a really good book if you want to understand these sort of like institutional mechanisms that make it so hard to actually deal with sexual violence, systemic sexual violence. It's really good in that regard, but it is a bit dry because it is, that kind of thing. It'll also make you very, very angry because yeah, shit's fucked. Absolutely fucked. Yeah. Yeah, maybe, Sven, maybe. Yes, Clark Ashton Smith has incredibly good descriptions. How far have you proceeded with your reading of Clark Ashton Smith then, Thornell, at this point? Like, I really love Clark Ashton Smith. Yeah, that's the thing is, there's a lot of like really, and like I've had to deal with some of this in the past. What being part of different associations, clubs, and so forth, and how organizations deal with accusations of sexual violence, and it's like how do you deal with that? And so I try to educate myself, and yeah, shit's fucked. And a lot of this stuff is so deeply ingrained, and it's frustrating to see, because like, yeah, but like, can you prove? It's like, how much proof do you need, right? Like, at the end of the day. And yeah, I just generally really love Clark Ashton Smith. Sort of like weird, like he has like a wonderfully like lush prose style, right? Like Clark Ashton Smith has a very like purple prose, to put it mildly, right? Like lots of weird words that you won't find anywhere else, and that's really cool. And then there's like a sense of like self-awareness and self-irony that I just like absolutely love. Um there's Is it called The Tale of the Seven Guises? Uh, a guise being, sort of like the old English word for quest, basically, and it's such a fun story about this guy, like rich prince who goes to hunt some monsters, and then ends up in this mountain where he has to go down ever deeper into the mountain, because every time he some other monsters force him to move further on to figure out his shit, and it's so funny. It's like, and the story about the two necromancers, the kingdom of the necromancers, possibly, where these two necromancers basically resurrect an entire kingdom of undead to serve them. And no, Clark Ashton Smith, so much fun. I wish more people would read him. See, here's the thing, like with consent, right? Like, something I realized is that like I was never taught that in school. Like the concept of consent was never like, when we had like sex ed, right? Like we, as being someone who went to school in the 90s and early 2000s, right? Like the assumption was that all sex will be consensual. That's the assumption. So that whole subject was never taught. And I think the problem is that like a lot of people have never, figured that shit out. And, yes, it is very much on men to understand that. It's also on women. It's on everyone to figure that shit out. But we should also acknowledge the fact that, like, institutionally, like generations of people have been failed, because you need to teach people about the idea of consent. You can't just assume that that is given, right? Like, you need to figure that shit out. And I hope this is taught now. I don't know. I'm not a teacher. I'm not a kid. So what do I know? But like, we need to figure this shit out. I haven't heard about that one yet, Strand, but it sounds interesting. I will keep an eye on that one. Yeah, when I recently read that, here's another recommendation, nonfiction for you, Mike. Um, Buddha's Wagon: A Brief History of the Car Bomb by Mike Davis. It's interesting, and you'll learn a lot about car bombs, or the Air Force, the poor man's Air Force, as Mike Davis calls it, and how these ideas are transferred from place to place, by different, interest groups, in that car bombs were used by the French Secret Service in Vietnam, to sort of like create terror during the beginning stages of the French War, the Vietnam Wars. in this case, the Vietnam War against the French, obviously, and how some of these people then moved to Algeria during the Algerian War and are part of the far right white supremacist side of the Algerian Civil War, and how those people are using car bombs in to spread terror, basically, and how after Algerian independence, France resettles a lot of the hardcore white nationalist French people from Algiers in Corsica, which explains why Corsica is suddenly, known for a lot of car bombs because that knowledge of how to do that shit sort of travels from organization to organization, and how Italian organized crime has had connections with French right wing nationalists for a long time to sort of like import that technology to Italy, for example. And so really good book, and you learn a lot about car bombs. Not how to build one, but I guess you can also take that out of the book, but mostly on like what it does, what car bombs do, how car bombs are used by the people in power to sort of like create fear, to create security states and stuff like that as well. So really good book. Yeah, I mean, founding fathers, not the nicest people to begin with. Like, bit of a problem there. I mean, Jefferson, piece of shit. Which one, Mike, do you have on your list? Uh, Buddha's Wagon or a different one? I don't know. We talked about that last week with Max Garfield on Britain's Stream on like Asterix in Corsica, and and the explosions there. But yeah, nothing wrong with very short augurs. Apparently, though, and this is one of those like urban legend things that I only realized. Like Napoleon, not that short for his time. Like not exactly as small as people think he was. In the sense of like average height and shit like that. So there's that. Also, really, really kinky and really into well, not washing and stuff. But yeah, fascinating guy. Okay, perfect. So Buddha's Wagon, nice. I didn't know that Felix was also reading that. So glad someone else is doing that because yeah, it's a really good book. You'll learn some things. Also, I still feel bad for that horse because obviously Mario Buddha, being the guy who built the first car bomb, built a cart bomb, which means a horse cart. He drove up Wall Street and blew it up in Manhattan. But that also means that the horse got blown up, and yeah, I feel bad for the horse because I like horses. I think they're cool, mostly. They can be stupid, but they're really nice. No, no, for all I know, but like the interesting thing is that like everyone, like if you ask people in general, it's like, what do you know about Napoleon? They're like, well, he was small, right? He was short. He's like, like, I respect the small king, don't get me wrong, but Napoleon wasn't a small king. He was average height. Yes, exactly, Mike. Poor horse. But yeah, uh, as a like just an interesting book, and I'm glad that it finally got like an audiobook release. But in general, you know, it came out on Versa Books, which is one of my favorite publishers of nonfiction at the moment. If you want to, figure out cool shit right now, checking out what Versa Book is publishing is always a good way to go about, because they have like a very good sort of like selection of stuff. They do like, some philosophy things, some politics things. They published the new David Harvey book, which is good. If you want like a dry economics text, like if you want 500 pages explaining Marx Capital Volume 1 to 3 and Grundrisse, then yeah, that's your book. It's really good, but it's also dry. And yeah, The Eye of the Master is Verso Books. Buddha's Wagon is Verso Books. Immediacy by Anna Kornblue is Verso Books. That is a really good new translation of or edition of Walter Benjamin stuff. Walter Benjamin, another one of those like people that more, one of these authors more people should read. Incredibly tragic person as well. Complicated, weird, complicated person. His the artwork in The Age of Mechanical Reproduction, Mechanical Reproducibility, maybe, I don't know. I don't know the German title. Is an essential read, I think. It's a short essay, and yeah, Walter Benjamin tried to flee from the Nazis, and was on a train in Spain on his way to Portugal to leave, and had a visa to leave and everything. But in Spain, he heard that German police had boarded the train to search for Jews fleeing. So he took his life in the train, and yeah, so we lost one of the one of the most interesting like German speaking philosophers, thinkers of whatever of the 1920s, 30s, and 40s. Nothing wrong with crowning yourself. I mean, who else is going to do it for you, right? At the end of the day, some things you just have to do yourself. So yeah, consider this my recommendation for Verso Books as an interesting publisher to follow if nonfiction is your thing. For fiction, I don't have recommendations because I think stuff is too spread out among those big five mainstream publishers, and what can you do? Yeah, I also still need to read the Faith of Beasts, the second one in the Captives War trilogy by James S. A. Corey. I know it came out on Tuesday, but yeah, I don't have like money to buy books until next month, so didn't read it yet. I read Muskism by Quinn Slobodian and Ben Turnoff instead, which is a very good book. It's also a book that will make you angry, and you'll understand why, shit's fucked because of, not only Elon Musk, but of a specific cast of tech billionaires, and the things they are doing and how that is bad. Especially focusing on sort of like how SpaceX is taking over government capacity, and how the government of the US in this case basically loses the capacity to do those things without relying on a private corporation run by one dude. And if that one dude is in charge of all of the satellites and all of your ability to put stuff into space and several things, other things at this point, then maybe that's bad because that guy has not been elected. So it's not exactly democracy, is it? If like state capacity is run by private individuals, and Peter Thiel and Palantir and the likes are aiming for the same sort of like capture of state capacity by private industry, and that is maybe not a good thing to do. But what do I know? Maybe capitalism is actually the good thing. Look, I'm not necessarily like someone who's going to defend popes, but not crowning Napoleon possibly a good idea. At this point, I feel like papal support for state leaders, or lack thereof, is actually much more in line with like general understandings than than it used to be. So I don't know. Yeah, I don't expect it to be good, or to be amazing, right? Like I've read The Mercy of Gods, and I have my issues with it, and I don't at this point, after reading the entirety of The Expanse and reading The Mercy of Gods, I kind of know what to expect from James S. A. Corey book, and yeah, my expectations are somewhat dampened. Let's say that. Yeah. So I'm fine with that. I think the next one in May for me, May has got like a lot of really interesting books coming out. There's the next Alan Moore one, like the follow up to The Great When. I keep forgetting the title. I Hear the World, something like that. There is the new Vaishnavi Patel one. That one I'm looking forward to because I did really, really love 10 Incarnations of a Rebellion. That was such a good book. Mike, if you're still here, another recommendation: 10 Incarnations of Rebellion, about resistance against the British in India. Really good. Like it. It's a historical alternate fiction kind of thing. And her new book is apparently sort of magical realism, about a reproductive care worker in America right now. So I suspect it's going to be somewhat angry. It's called We Dance Upon Demons. So yeah, very much looking forward to that one. Yeah, yeah, definitely. I mean, you don't want to be dependent on the Pope, and I mean, that's like one of those like really interesting things when you look at like medieval history in a lot of ways, and that's why partly, for example, the church was like worked so well, or like why like states, feudal states worked so well hand in hand with the church when it came to uh fighting heretics and destroying heretics, and all of that wonderful inquisition stuff, right? One of the main reasons is that if your entire system is built on like oaths of fealty, which are, you know, at the core Christian, and Christian being defined by the Catholic Church at that point, right? Like you have a big problem if people who are if the people who are swearing these oaths of fealty on the church, the pope, and all of that kind of stuff, if those people are heretics, are their oaths still binding? And if their oaths are no longer binding, how can you still run like a feudal system? So that's like why a lot of this stuff, we like moving away from the pope as literally sort of like the keystone of so much of like society, is really essential. And Napoleon, obviously being, post French Revolution, can actually do that in a way that wasn't necessarily available to a lot of other people. And I mean, that's once again, that's like what Henry VIII does when he, starts the Church of England, is like shifting that ultimate guarantor of like the structure of fealty of feudalism and so forth, shifting that ultimate authority away from the Pope to the King of England, is essential in that. Now you need to, and it's like a really clever move, because now you basically need to believe in the king as the guarantor of like all oaths and stuff like that, that the rest of society is built on. And well, at least in England, the king can send soldiers to your town and kick your ass if you are against it. And that's one of the big things that is sort of like underlies both the things happening during the English Civil War, and then underlies the stuff happening during the Glorious Revolution in 1689, and where deism comes in, because deism is much more aligned with dissenters, those being, people usually called Puritans, but like dissenter is the more proper term, as people who are outside of that hierarchical structure of the Church of England. And obviously, you know, all of those ridiculous religious lunatics ended up in British colonies in the Americas, and then decided that it would be a good idea to start their own state. And I mean, we see what this has, led us, right? If you send all of your religious lunatics into one place and allow them to start a state, then you get the United States, I guess. You can never trust those goths. That is true. Although, like from like a theological standpoint, speaking as a heretic, I think like Arianism is the logically way more coherent theological position in a lot of ways, right? Speaking about that, like uh, if you don't, should I explain what Arianism is? So Arianism is nothing to do with Aryans in the racial sense. It's named after Arian, bishop of, I think, Alexandria. It's an early Christian heresy, and it's about Christology. So the question of where Christ is in the sort of in relation to God Father when you're looking at the Trinity. So what Arians the Arian position is that Christ, being the Son of God, is slightly lesser than God, because he's, well, the Son of God, and that implies some level of hierarchy, basically. And because of a personal beef with another local bishop, Arian was pushed out, and we got the Nicene Creed, and now God and Godfather and Jesus Christ are co-equal and co-eternal and all of those wonderful things. And yeah, but that's Arianism. One of those fun heresies. In fact, there's a really good old BuzzFeed style quiz of like, which early Christian heresy are you? I highly recommend you take that, because you'll learn a lot of weird shit. You'll also have to answer questions about lemons and pomegranates, and isn't that fun? And you'll have to answer the question, what is your favorite obscure Scandinavian composer? I mean, I've read the Book of Mormon, and there's a lot of like questionable, like speaking as a Catholic, there's some heretical thoughts in there. No, the sons of Arius are not the same as the Aryans. That is a big thing. The oceans drank Atlantis, and Conan tread the jeweled crown of Aquilonia under his sandaled feet. And then years and years and years happened, and then some guy in Egypt had views on Christ. That's that's the difference. And that's like one of the things I found so fascinating when I was doing like all my research on Mormon history and Mormon theology. Is like in a lot of ways, what you get is someone trying to find common sense answers to the inconsistencies of like 2000 years of Christian theology that is, trying to do stuff mostly in the form of deductive logic and like, well, building these obscure answers, which are obviously not working well with everyday experience. And you can see how a lot of the answers, a lot of like the positions that Joseph Smith takes over time, right, are him trying to find common sense everyday answers to both like urgent problems of his time and sort of like common sense answers to stuff like the problem of theodicy and the question of Christology and stuff like that, like which where Mormonism technically is somewhat Pelagian in, in the grander scheme of heresies. And Pelagianism, once again, uh, a very very coherent sort of like version of like theology. And to be fair, like Catholicism does very much sort of like flirt with Pelagianism as well, and is trying to hide that fact. Protestantism, not so much, but then Yes, a very Pelagian. Look, Saint Augustine, not the nicest guy to be around. It's like Saint Paul, Saint Augustine. Um, I don't know if I should call saints cunts, but here we go, I guess. I just love the fact that he's Saint Augustine of Hippo, and yes, I know it's a city in North Africa and all of that, but in my head, he's always like the Hippo Saint, and now I don't know. I know it's childish, but what can you do? Uh, I have read The City of God, and I think it's essential, and it has had a huge impact on so much of theology. But man, I disagree. I mean, that's like the other thing, that you have like a massive difference between like Old Testament God and New Testament God. What with New Testament God basically not existing, and Old Testament God definitely a very active kind of guy, right? And you talk about like the Book of Exodus, and you go like, well, God being mad at his chosen people and going like, I'm gonna kill you all because of the dumb shit you're doing, and Moses having to argue him out of that. That's a very passionate God. Yes, I agree. Um, Crochet, maybe not, but croquet definitely is. Read The Last Continent by Terry Pratchett if you want to know more about that one. Anyway, um, no, Mike, I haven't thought about what my 2000s video. I barely thought about what my next video will be. So I have no idea. But if I ever make it to 2000 videos, I mean that's like a whole other question, right? Like at this speed, I guess this will be in somewhere around 2030, and at this point, I don't want to speculate where anything will be in 2030, so I have no idea. Um, but possibly like doing another like a question answer kind of thing. At the end of the day, I feel those are I think those are the best thing to do in that regard because it's about the people who are still there, the people that are still watching my stuff, and tying that in. I think that's sort of like the best thing to do in those situations because I do think of this as something of a group project. Yes, it's me making videos, but without anyone watching, without anyone commenting or whatever, it would all feel rather pointless. I mean, so here's the thing, right? Sven, like getting things wrong is interesting to say because Augustine made claims and then that stuff got incorporated in everything after. So like wrong according to whom? And I'll just say that Martin Luther and other Protestant reformers are not necessarily the best arbiters of faith either. Nailing your flyer to like a church door is not does not make you right. I mean, in general, not that I'm against nailing stuff against church doors, right? Like on church at church doors. I'm fine with that. Look, critical support to dragons, I guess. I don't know. No. um, but I think you're hitting like a really good point there, Thornall, that we do speak American. I found that so interesting. Like I'm not into American football, but I did watch part of the halftime show with Bad Bunny, which I never listened to before because why would I? Totally not my kind of music. But the fact that people say America and mean the United States is interesting if you have like an entire fucking continent with like so many countries that is all America, right? Like sort of like the hubris is really interesting. And I've talked about this in the past, like how BookTube, for example, is very US centric for technical reasons in that we're on a US company that is tied to the US government in all kinds of ways and stuff like that. But like how that makes it easier for people from the US to be successful on YouTube and how that does shape in all kinds of ways, how that shapes sort of like discourse and how that shapes language and attitudes and stuff like that. Yeah, I mean that's what some people who spent a lot of time in the 1930s in fascist prison in Italy would call a hegemony. It's a cultural one, but it is very much a hegemony. Ooh, I'm monophysitism. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad. I hope you enjoyed that quiz. I think it's one of the funniest ones that I've ever gone through because it is so obscure and weird. But yeah, monophysitism. Good. Which is one of the funnier ones because you get like all these weird arguments about, the physical body of Christ, because if he's divine, can he feel pain? And there's a lot of shit that hinges on that stuff that we don't necessarily think about, right? Like if Jesus Christ as Son of God is in fact divine in matter, he would be perfect, so he couldn't feel pain. And if he can't feel pain, then nailing the guy to a fucking tree doesn't do anything, because he needs to suffer to actually, Christ has to suffer to take upon himself the sins of the world and all of that kind of stuff. So if he doesn't suffer and doesn't feel pain, that whole like overcoming original sin and stuff doesn't work, and we're still all fucking damned. And suddenly you realize why there's like so much weight to these kind of discussions. But at the same time, they're really ridiculous and funny when people talk about like, well, if Jesus Christ is divine and thus made out of divine matter, which is different from earthly matter, so what happens if he eats food and which is earthly matter? Does it turn into divine matter, or is it just passing through him without changing? And then you have like very learned philosophical and theological discussions about how Christ was pooping. And yeah, the entirety of like Christian, all Christian souls are weighed on the question on how Christ poops. And that's why theology, medieval theology, is really funny and also really serious, and you need to understand like why both is true at the same time. And that's kind of where Umberto Eco's Name of the Rose takes its thing from, right? Like when you talk about the whole like, did Christ have a purse or not? It's like there is stuff behind that. Those discussions were had, and if you assume that everyone is in fact good faith, actually believing, then yeah, we are talking about fucking souls being saved or being condemned. So the question of how Christ poops or whether he has a purse or not suddenly becomes insanely important. And the joke only becomes sort of like the irony becomes apparent only in a post-secular or like in a secular age to mention that specific philosopher. Canada is Canada is like trying to be part of Europe. Yes, that is true. Isn't it like, is it still part of the Commonwealth? I'm not sure. Um, Vespuccia would be really cool though. I would definitely go along with that one, Liam. I agree. Um, yeah, yes, Thornall. That's where the Golgothan demon came from. Yes. I mean, that's the thing, right, Mike? Like the United States are like a large part of a continent, so of course it's like, people in fucking Seattle are different from people in Dallas, I assume, and different from people in Miami, which I assume are either crypto grifters or fucking Clavicula smashing his face, or people still pissed off that Fidel Castro actually won that revolution, and that's all of Miami, I guess. Maybe there's also other people. I don't know, but yeah, no, I agree. Like the United States are a huge fucking place, so obviously there's and that's like the same thing with like every country. There's like like and that one of the cases why I think that the concept of the nation state is kind of bad is that people are not used to think in the concept of nation. You think in region, right? Like your city, your town, your area. That's sort of like where you relate in a lot of ways, and that's a much more natural approach to sort of like building identity than building a national identity, which it will always be heavily constructed and heavily sort of like homogenized in lots of ways. And if you take something like that, you have to by force exclude a lot of people. Whereas if your identity is built about your specific region, some exclusion will still be happening because that's how all in-group out-group things happen. But it is far less of that because you all have a shared sort of like shared lived reality in at least lots of ways. Obviously, there's still, class differences, gender differences, all that kind of stuff, but at least you all live in the same place. You have the same sort of like experience in that regard. And on a national level, that will always be sort of like homogenized, unless obviously, your country is, I don't know, fucking Luxembourg, which is basically one city and the surrounding areas. And it's like, I mean, even a small state like Belgium is already, very much not one state because of all those regional differences and language differences and stuff like that. Yes, exactly. Like you hate no one more than you hate the people over in the next village. Fun thing, I think I've told that story before. Like round here, like so in the sort of like the hinterland behind the city, behind Marburg and between Marburg and Gießen and like the larger cities, there's a bunch of villages and so forth. And there's like two villages that are relatively close to each other, and they obviously have that we hate the guys from the next village and we steal their them first of May tree and stuff like that, all of those competitions and so forth. But the one defining thing that has been sort of like the source of their rivalry and for the last like 45 years is that everyone in one village is an Iron Maiden fan and everyone in the other village is a Judas Priest fan. And and that is like the defining thing. If you are living in Ballersbach, you're a Judas Priest fan. And I just love the fact that it can be anything at this point. Also, you know, I'm very much on the side of Bella stuff, which is an Iron Maiden city, and I'm much more an Iron Maiden person than a Judas Priest person. But that's just me, and I'm not part of that specific rivalry. But I love the fact that that like probably like centuries old sort of like village rivalry has morphed into a conversation whether Judas Priest or Iron Maiden is the better heavy metal band. Yeah, funnel. Me too. But like, I just find it really fascinating because it shows that like this sort of like in group out group thinking is very natural, but it is also very much dependent on your circumstances. It can be built about around everything, and I don't think like the idea of like national identity is a good way of doing that. I feel, you know, hating the people in the next village because of their music taste is a more probably a less harmful way of doing things. Let's put it that way, right? Like, because here's the thing: like, if you're an Iron Maiden fan, you will still listen to Judas Priest at the end of the day. So I guess that's better than hating the people in the next country because of I don't know them being French. Except of course there's an exception for French people. Hey Kale, how you doing over there in Mondays, Australia? Exactly, Thornall, exactly. But seriously, there have been like village fights, like brawls at like the village like annual sort of like harvest festival or whatever. There have been brawls about the question whether Judas Priest or Iron Maiden are the better band. And that's I do love the fact that this is something that exists, but it's also interesting because it does show that larger case that a lot of this stuff is sort of us trying to find a way to do this, right? Yes, exactly. Having obviously having an enemy kind of unites you. That is obviously true. Uh, I'm sorry that there is no wisdom in the future, but it's not surprising. Yeah. Wait. So your cats are demanding pets. Is this like a hierarchy of pets? It's pets all the way down, I guess. Anyway, guys, we've been doing this for like a bit over 3 hours, and this beer is basically empty. Should I get one more beer? Um, this is also like a hard limit because I don't have more beers than I have 2 beers left in the fridge, and then I'm completely run out. And as I said, I've been at a festival for the last 3 nights. So going to bed before last time we went for like 5 hours. I don't want to do that tonight, but like I can do one more beer and have a bit of a chat more. But if everyone is also like tired and wants to go to sleep, then we're going to end it here. But I need to know that. All right, I'm gonna get the beer. I'll be back in like a minute and a half, I guess, something like that. And yeah, then we'll have a bit of a chat, and then hopefully around midnight we can end this. All right. I found the beer. It took some time. I'm sorry, but yeah, found one final beer. So I guess we're good. Well, here it's 11:20 something, Mike. So I guess we are 7 hours difference. Yes. um, New York Mets. Okay, that is wait. The Mets. That's baseball, right? Sorry, I I don't understand your American ball games, especially when you call like egg-shaped things balls. But I guess the Mets are baseball, right? Because I think I remember that for New York, the football teams are the Giants and the Jets, I guess. Um, and all I know about that is spending way too much time reading George R. R. Martin's blog posts about football, I guess. Yes, Thornall, because Romania is like 1 hour ahead, is right? You are same time zone as Finland and Bulgaria and Greece and Israel, I think. No, Stratton, it's still the same beer. It's Veltins. I don't like it that much. They are the chief sponsor of FC Schalke, the Gelsenkirchen football team, and no, it's okay. It's a very basic beer, but it was on sale, and the usual beer that I normally get was out of stock, and yeah, they got some back on Friday. I hope they did because then I can get some tomorrow, which is also like why I couldn't continue recording AI video parts because I ran out of that specific type of beer. And consistency being something that I try to keep it with those videos. Yeah, that's why we're doing this basically. Beer ship. Now that is something I really like, Liam. Thank you for that knowledge. I will have to share that with a good friend of mine who also is a linguist. He just finished his PhD, or is finishing his PhD on vowel shifts in Doric dialects in ancient Greek. But he's also very much into local brewery culture in southern parts of Bavaria in the Upper Palatinate. So I think he might be interested in knowing that one if he doesn't already know that. Yes, yeah, I know. Yeah, I do personally prefer the like the German word for it is Bügelflasche, because of the the way the cap is attached with the metal rod thing. The German word for that is Bügel, so it's a Bügelflasche. I do prefer those. I'm not attached as such to the specific brewery. In this case, I usually take Mönchhof because that's what my local store is selling. But there's lots of beers who have that. But my store was out of all of them, so right now I'm having, yeah, I said like basic Feltins. Because yeah, what can you do? I mean, obviously go to another store, but carrying a box of beers on the bus from like all over town kind of sucks, and if I can avoid it, then I try to. Thornell, I think, I mean, some very early Fritz Lieber, definitely. Um, C.L. Moore's Jirel of Joiry stories are very much that kind of thing. C.L. Moore being the only woman who ever got published in Weird Tales magazine. So highly recommend the here Black God's Kiss and stuff like that. Really good stuff. Um, who else around that time? If you want something later that goes in an similar direction, I think Nift the Lean is really worth reading. What's the name? Michael Shea. Michael Shea, Nift the Lean, The Mines of Robora. Uh, the Mines of Behemoth is the second one, yes. Um, it's very Jack Vance Dying Earth coded, but it's also very Lovecraftian in its weirdness and stuff like that. So definitely Niftaline. Um, I assume that Liam has a bunch of recommendations that I can't think of right now. If you want your just- can you still hear me? Because I got a message that I was disconnected. All right, yeah. So Niftaline, if you like your Conan the Barbarian, then Charles Saunders Imaro is really good. It's set in a magical, mostly East and Central Africa. So it's yeah, it's Black Conan basically. It's very African Conan. I guess in areas that might be sort of like close to Congo and Kenya, roughly geographically, but it is like a fantasy continent that just like is very close to that. Highly recommend like Imaro, really good. And yes, Michael Shea's Niftaline definitely as well. For actual 1930s stuff, I think you might like Liam might know more, but like C.L. Moore, definitely check her out. So wait, so you are flying to France. Did you get like a job? Are you moving there, or are you just visiting at this point? Dear Gistal priest. Yes, I can, Thornall. I just love the fact that we talk about Robin Hobb, and you're like the trilogy starts slow, like for Robin Hobb. That's like we're talking fucking like continental drift levels of like speed here, right? But I would have to return to Robin Hobb, and I will at some point. Well, I mean, I wish you good luck in Grenoble. But yeah, that's Grenoble's not that like that's very fairly north in France. So yeah, nice to have you over here in Germany and not Germany, like Europe. And we're not going there anytime soon, I hope. Um, but I'll yeah, same time zone and all of that kind of stuff. And if you need any help, whatever, from people in Europe, I do know people in France, although yeah, most of the people I know are in Brittany. But if you need help in that regard, I might know people that can help you some, uh, getting shit done and so forth. Um, fires. On good question. I think Shadow Rising. For some reason, a lot of people who are into Wheel of Time think that Shadow Rising is one of the best ones. I don't think it is. Uh, Fires of Heaven might have that part at the beginning that really pissed me off so much, where I'm like, yeah, Robert Jordan doing rape apology for no reason whatsoever, which is, yeah, a thing that I don't necessarily think we should, laud and applaud and whatnot. And no one talks about it because, it's Wheel of Time, and conversations about Wheel of Time are unfortunately rather limited and go to, well, book one is bad, then it gets really really good, and then you get to the slog, which is really really bad, and then it also gets really awesome because Brandon Sanderson. And I'm like, yeah, that's a very very limited perspective on Wheel of Time. Because no, actually book one has some really good parts, and then stuff gets not much better for most of the time. And the supposed slog does have some really cool bits in there as well, because there's a set piece in, I think, Crossroads of, is it Crossroads of Shadow, something like that? Crossroads of Twilight? Crossroads of Twilight, I think. Has a set piece set in this like cursed town. And I'm not gonna say anything more because I don't want to spoil it for anyone, but that part, really good. It's really good. It's well done, because actually Robert Jordan, good at writing horror, good at writing sort of like Lovecraft adjacent horror, which is why the Shadar Logoth stuff in especially the first book, Eye of the World, is just actually good, and the Ways stuff is also really good. He's good at writing horror, and then he tries to write epic fantasy instead, and I he's not good at that. It's not his strong suit, is what I would say. Um, so yeah, under underappreciated horror writer Robert Jordan. Yeah, Shadow Rising is book 4 and Fires of Heaven is book 5. I can tell you that, Thornall. Well, okay, look, yes, I was definitely very critical of a lot of this stuff, but yeah, I think the Shadar Logoth stuff is good. The Waze stuff is good. There are interesting things happening in Wheel of Time. I think it deserved a better editing process, which probably got hampered by the fact that Harriet McDougal was Robert Jordan's wife, and that leads to like weird power dynamics that are not necessarily like helpful. Because like Harriet was editing the Black Company books at the same time, and those are tight, like very tightly like edited, really good. So something happens there, and there's a bit in like one of the later ones. I don't know which one, where basically the same plot point happens like twice. And I'm like, yeah, but like you could have cut out one of those because it doesn't actually do much if, what's her face? The princess queen, whatever, from the very waspy country. And I'm blanking on the name right now. So not the Fremen girl and not Min, but the third love interest for Rand. And she's doing Elaine. That's her name, right? So Elaine does something really stupid, and she does it, and then that chapter is over, and then she does the same fucking thing again. And I'm like, you could have like just like lost one of those chapters, and nothing would have changed in the story dynamic or anything of the sorts. And that's the level of like editing that is really bad. And there's all kinds of other stuff fundamentally wrong with Wheel of Time, but yeah, Shadar Logoth, cool shit. And I'll gladly, I'll gladly give him that. And there's other bits and pieces in there that are good. And I think, yes, when it comes to horror, I think he's actually talented. That is unfortunately a very good summary there, Thornall. Although I would describe the hunk of a bodyguard not so much as I mean, he's basically Aragorn, isn't he? So yeah, the Onat Matra does have Aragorn as a bodyguard, and but the rest, yeah, very much that. And there's too many Nazguls, I agree, because that part at some point it gets boring, and I'm like, yeah, you know, sometimes. Unlike, I would like to disagree with Ingrid Malmsteen, but sometimes more isn't just more. Sometimes more is actually bad. But that's the point with Elaine. Like, it's not so much about like whether she does something stupid and so forth. Like, you could still build that up and explain, like, how she's like very privileged and like being a princess, um, figuring out that consequences are a thing might be difficult because privilege kind of takes it away from you. Would be nice, but having the same sort of like plot point twice in more or less like two chapters following each other is just like bad because you notice, right? You notice that it's the same thing. You're like, well, this is repetitive. And that's like why so many people in like the Wheel of Time a fandom think that Elaine is stupid. And I'm like, A, hating a character because they are stupid is kind of weird because a living human being made a choice to make them that stupid. And you have to wonder why they did that. And yeah. If Robert Jordan decides to make the blonde princess be kind of stupid, then maybe that's what he thinks of, blonde rich women. I don't know. Um, but those are choices, right? And that's important. but there's so much wrong with so many parts of Wheel of Time. It's hard to collate all of it, but I think it's mostly because Robert Jordan has a very mean-spirited, sort of like weird worldview, a very conservative, reactionary worldview, but thinks of himself as a progressive, guy who is in support of strong women. And it's like, but all your strong women still need men rescuing them every single time your women make like a choice. And there's a hard gender binary and the sort of like this weird thing that like the one semi-healthy relationship in this entire series is Perrin and uh whatever her name is, right? And they have two actual conversations. Everything else is solved through violence or yelling at each other or being mean-spirited. Like they have like two actual conversations where a man and a woman sit down and talk about their problems. In like 14 fucking books, it happens twice that a man and a woman solve their issues by talking. And that is bad. Like spread out over 14 books, that's not a good record, is it? And that fundamental sort of like there will be it's very like late 80s, early 90s, men are from Mars, women are from Venus kind of coded in a way. And partly that is, I think, a sign, sort of like a sign of the times, but it is still worth pointing out because that's not how humans work. And hopefully we have moved beyond that at this point. I mean, you never know, but yeah, fail, yes. And that's like, yes, the white cloaks are sort of like in, and that's the point. Like he can't do that because he doesn't want to actually do religion. So you have the creator who built, the wheel of time and all of that kind of stuff. So there is a god in this universe. Um, Canonically, there is a creator who built the whole fucking thing, but no one worships him. But then you have the religious fanatic Nazis who are the white cloaks, who are something, and that something is never defined. And that's like really bad because it's like either you have them to be religious fanatics, and that's fine, but then you need a religion that they can, be fanatical about. And that only works if everyone else sort of actually subscribes to that. And he doesn't actually go there. And that is, yeah, very puzzling. And it kind of takes away what, the things he's probably trying to say about the white cloaks. And yes, it could be worse. He could be Terry Goodkind because, yeah, that is worse. The crane sword, yes. Talk about magic swords. I think it doesn't actually hold up to, I don't know, Durandal or Excalibur or even Anduril, which is apparently, what you call your weird as vaporware and war crime company these days. But yeah. Well, all right, Ida, I am sorry. Maybe I'm also not sorry. Like the thing is, I don't think reading Wheel of Time is worth your while at this point in time, unless your goal is to understand sort of like the history of fantasy. If you want to understand the history of fantasy literature and how we got here and all that kind of stuff, then reading Wheel of Time is kind of essential. But if you don't need that knowledge because you don't care, yeah, then there's better stuff to read. There's way more interesting stuff to read. Yeah, I don't know. The whole sword thing. And there's so much wrong. There's so much wrong with Wheel of Time in like small details where you can see how sort of like stuff bleeds into the books where someone who is not necessarily the most educated person in the world um sort of like has their sort of like understanding of the world bleed through. And obviously that's something that happens to all authors, and it's definitely a problem when you read, I don't know, Conan the Barbarian. It's an even bigger problem when you read, HP Lovecraft. um but it also shows in Wheel of Time in lots of ways. Like one of the things that I find fascinating is also how, and I've talked about that obviously in the past, like how the world building is so much built on sort of like national characteristics. And it's like, yes, everyone from this country is constantly scheming and politicking. That's just like how it is. That's how they are by, virtue of something. That's something being born in that place, I guess. And yeah, if you keep that in mind, it's like that's a weird way of looking at the world, because if you apply that to our world, because you got to take this from somewhere, it means that everyone from France is always, perfidious, treacherous, and so forth, and everyone from Britain is constantly, trying to build an empire, and but that's not how humans work. And that, I know it's a shorthand and everything. Well, like there's a difference between culture and actual characteristics and moral character and stuff like that. And Robert Jordan very much crosses that and does go into, well, you know, it's not like they have a shared culture. It's also that they have like shared morals. So everyone from this place is, evil or whatever. And yeah, it's bad. It's what it is. Yeah, there's like 14 of the main series. Then there is the whatever it's called, something Spring, New Spring. That's the prequel novel, and then there's maybe something else that I don't know about. But I haven't read Faithful and the Fallen. I've read John Gwynn's Bloodsworn saga, and yeah, I have issues with it. Um, some of it is just like how often he used the word fucking null binding, and having spent time with reenactment people who do null binding, I just can't stand the word anymore. There's a couple of those things. Uh, for me, the main issue with John Gwynn, with Bloodsworn Saga, is that he tries to sort of build trust and authority and weight by using, Icelandic or Old Norse, which is, very close to each other, for his language, for magic and stuff like that, and uses a lot of like Norse terms. And then he uses the term Skraeling for the orc equivalent, which are then slaughtered by the thousands and stuff like that. And the term Skraeling is, it basically roughly means something like weakling and treacherous and stuff like that. And that's the slur term that the different Norse groups that traveled to North America, to what is nowadays Canada, used for the First Nations people they encountered there. So you're basically using the Viking N word to describe your monsters without any commentary, and that means that you either don't care or you actually didn't do your research. And if so much of sort of like the weight of your novel is built on like, I know how sword fighting works and I know shit about Vikings, which I know things about the Norse because obviously Viking is just like a subset and stuff, but like, you know what I mean, right? At that point, you should know better. And that just pissed me off a lot. And that's, beyond all the other issues that are in those books. But the Skraeling thing kind of fucked me up because, come on. If you're using these words for clout, basically, then at least do your research and understand what you're doing. Yes, of course. Like, of course, worldview will always influence an author, and that's like, that's the whole point about like every book will be political, and that's like, where someone like Andy Weir is like an ignorant piece of shit if he gets like, no, my books are have no politics or message in them, because like, yeah, that's the message that you have in there. It's like, I'm a white privileged guy who doesn't have to think about this shit. That's the message, because the to assume that you can have a story that is not influenced by your worldview only works if your worldview is the thing that has never come up against any sort of like constraints, borders, or anything of the sorts. And yeah, like every book will have like some level of worldview in it. That's I mean, that's also the kind of thing that someone like Michael Moorcock is railing against when talking about when writing Epic Pooh, and everyone goes like, "Oh no, he insulted our good, our god, our god Emperor J.R. Tolkien. How dare he?" It's like, well, look, it's like, I love Tolkien. Don't get me wrong, but there's certainly some issues in in Lord of the Rings that might be worth discussing at some point. I mean, Warhammer, like the fascinating thing with Warhammer for me is like how they manage to, and it's a capitalism thing with Warhammer, unfortunately, right? Like it's like you have a bunch of crust punks who go like, well, Margaret Thatcher really seems like a bad kind of person. So let's make like a dystopian sci-fi setting about all of that kind of stuff and how fascism is bad, really. And then 14-year-old kids pick it up because they think fascism looks cool, and then you pivot into that and sort of like leave the very explicit sort of like satire and irony elements of the first like early Warhammer stuff behind. And then you're kind of wondering why the fuck all these Nazis are showing up to your conventions and stuff, and why you need to kick out people showing up in SS uniforms. And it's like, well, you know, you did a thing there at some point to make more money. and now you have to deal with the consequences. And that's something I find fascinating with Warhammer, because like everyone kind of knows that it started out as like a, you know, radical left wing anti-fascist sort of like project, and then became something else. But I do agree, you can get away with a lot, at least if you have were rats. I have not spoken about the whole Ptexa thing. Um, so here's the thing, right? Like, Sren, let's move to that first. J.R. Tolkien is right when he says it's not an allegory, because that is him mostly being like, well, I did not write Narnia because I think Narnia is too on the nose. But obviously, his experiences in his life do color the story that he's telling, and I don't think Tolkien would deny that. But like, especially an allegory is very direct and has like one meaning, and Lord of the Rings doesn't have like one meaning. There's like lots of stuff packed into that, and I think that's sort of like what he's working against, or what he's arguing against when he says it's not an allegory. You know, when people go like, well, the one ring is clearly the nuclear the atom bomb, and I'm like, no, it's not. It's it's very much not that. It's a lot of other things tied into that. With, you know, there's a lot of like Catholic theology in there. There's a lot of like all kinds of other stuff in there, and you need to be aware of that, and you need to take account of that. And allegory doesn't cover that. So I'm I'm with Tolkien when he says it's not an allegory. I don't think people who claim that that means there is no meaning are right, because that's not what Tolkien meant when he said it's not an allegory. I mean, Tolkien, I'm an anarchist. J.R. I'm an anarchist. Tolkien certainly would not disagree with the fact that he did put, like, you know, personal experiences into his books. Of course he did. Like, how can how can you do anything else, right? As for the Peak Texas thing, I mean, speaking as someone who drinks too much beer, I think this guy should be, you know, kept away from power. And yes, quoting Pulp Fiction instead of the actual Bible is interesting, because I think it, you know, it does show something, and that is that it's about what people like that feel is true. So if the thing that Tarantino did in Pulp Fiction, when he extended that verse from Ezekiel, um, if that feels more aligned to what Hexeth already believes, he will gladly take that as sort of like scripture, and that sort of like reversal of like how to build a religion, I think, is emblematic of a lot of like radical evangelical Christianity, Pentecostal Christianity in particular. And yeah, it's bad. It's really bad. But I think it's part of like a larger sort of like issue. But then again, you know, Quentin Tarantino's been living in Israel, being very sort of like pro-Zionist project and so forth. So I guess he'll be all right with XF quoting him to justify bombing Iran, which is, you know, a whole other level that I, you know, don't want to, you know, I don't know what to say about any of that at this point. It's like we're just like all so fucked. Hey, Chadia. Um, yeah, it's midnight, and suddenly you show up. I'm glad you made it. How are you? I'm hopefully going to end this very soon, because I'm so fucking tired. So yeah, it's all bad. Turns out putting podcasters in charge of your government, bad idea. Uh, but if you have enough sort of like control of like stately levers and so forth, it doesn't matter if you're gnawing through the wires of government, because who's going to stop you? Not the people that you have in charge, that you have like basically imprisoned in your system of keeping power and stuff. And that's like the fucked up part, right? It's like, if you were a actual conservative who does believe, has conservative values and stuff like that, you'd be against the shit that is going on in government right now in the US, right? You'd be against that. But because the entire Republican Party is captured by this specific system, even the people that possibly disagree will not say anything. So you're fucked, and you have like a bunch of like idiots just like randomly pushing buttons, dragging and levers, and gnawing through wires, and you're fucked. And at least Cash Patel is only wasting money and getting hammered, which I can sympathize with. It's a worthy goal. Maybe you shouldn't do that as boss of the FBI, but you know, who am I to stand between Cash Patel and his simple dream? But yeah, it's bad. The brothers Karamazov. Okay. Going in for a light read, I guess. I would not imagine that, but then again, seems like the kind of thing that way too many very powerful people are getting up to these days. So what am I saying? Yeah. My feelings on Dostoevsky, however, are somewhat um, mixed. I remember when I was reading A Warrant for Genocide by Norman Cohn, which I highly recommend. Really good book about the history of the Protocols of the Elders of Zion. There is some overlap between Dostoevsky and Sergei Nilus, who is the guy who publishes the Protocols of the Elders of Zion. So there's some weird shit going on there. But then, late 19th century Russia, weird place. Like very weird. But that's the point. Like, so Dostoevsky does like did as a person, certainly, because has like complex feelings on religion and so forth, and does sort of like flirt with and engage like with the radical, weird Christian, like Christian radicals in the Russian Empire, and that's where he meets with like Sergei Nilus, who is at least performs as a sort of like radical monk. You know, it's Rasputin shit at the end of the day, and yeah, I would have to go and reread the book for the details, but you know, it's been a while. Yeah, exactly. There is a lot of like religion stuff in Dostoevsky, and that is because he is like as a person engaged in that sphere, and you know that means you're encountering lots of weird people. Like, given if he had been an American writer in the 1940s, he would have hung out with L. Ron Hubbard. Is what I'm saying. I'm not saying that's good. I'm just saying that is what would have happened. But guys, we are getting close to the end here. This beer is almost empty. I have no more beers left. I am very tired. We've been going for like 4 hours, and I didn't have a lot of sleep. I was also sleeping on the ground, and there was frost overnight. It was super warm during the day, but it was like it went down to fucking 0 degrees overnight, and I was sleeping on the ground in a tent for the last 3 nights. So I am slowly going to end this because you know I am reaching the end of my personal endurance. I do, however, very much appreciate everyone coming out and hanging out, even though I didn't, advertise it or anything, and was very slow at, sharing links. No, I didn't share the link anywhere, which is, really good when it comes to YouTube marketing and stuff like that. So I do really appreciate that, and I hope you had fun. And yeah, mostly I hope you had fun and enjoyed this. I certainly did. Otherwise, I would have stopped like hours ago, I guess. No, thank you, everyone, and no worries. Yes, it was a fun chat. Sorry, you were late, Chadia, but yeah, let me find the button to actually end streams, and then let me press the button and also press the confirm button, because otherwise I'll just keep going and do weird shit because I think the stream is over and you're still watching me. I don't know. Do the things I would only do on OnlyFans, I guess, which is take off my shirt. No, seriously, thanks everyone. Hopefully there will be an AI video by the end of the month, and videos about books again, because I want to talk about books again and not just talk about how we talk about books, because I feel bad and dirty for just doing these meta sort of like conversational videos, even though they are possibly because they are doing so much better than every time I talk about like an individual book. But it feels wrong, and I don't like feeling wrong. It's not what I try to do. So yeah, thanks everybody. I press the button. It doesn't do anything. That's good. Now here's a button. Anyway, all right. Thanks everybody. See you next. And